Tiki, hi. Yes, I changed the thing again. Cybersect, hi. You can see me today. Uh, yeah, the thing is, it's bad. It's not bad uh, it's not bad in a bad way, but it's bad in a good way. You know that? Cat, hi, welcome in early today. I see. Basically, I'm using the transcoding on my machine instead of using the transcoding on Twitch's side, and that apparently fixes the issue where you can't have access to the stream. So that's good, but it's also fucking annoying because I'm doing the processing on my side, which is not good for my machine because it doesn't like it. And on top of that, because I'm doing the multi-streaming, I'm multi-streaming the heaviest of things that is going to Twitch by default to YouTube, which is kind of bad because it's just uh, like YouTube is not supposed to receive 10,000 kilobit seconds, but it still does. And right now, the thing that is pissing me off is that currently in your maximum resolution size that you're getting through Twitch, it's just 720p instead of having the thing at 1080. So that is annoying. And I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, on YouTube, for example, it's telling me that it's live, but it's not receiving any data. And right now, it's just flipped to the constraint bitrate is 6K, which is higher than the recommended bitrate. And they recommend me to change that, but I can't change that while I'm live, so that's annoying. So yeah, it's a bit of a mess. I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit of a mess, and I don't like it. I wish we had an option, a way to go back to basically last month or 2 months ago when it still worked and nothing was broken. And I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. The only thing that I know is that I switched, uh, kind of. I moved from 31.1.0 to 31.1.2. That's the thing that I've seen. Also, that's a forehead. But yeah, like that's the only thing that I know that I've done that could be the reason of this breaking. But it's wild. Like nothing really makes sense to me. Not really. I have like some issues, but yeah, it's a bit. It I doesn't make any sense. And earlier I was kind of looking at the encoder section because I don't really know if there are like better things in terms of what Apple can provide. There is the H.264 auto encoders and the software encoder and the X.264, which is like something else. These are the three that I have access to through Apple. And like I haven't checked that. TD, hi, welcome on in. So it's a pain. It makes no sense. Um, Yeah, I'm not on 26 though. I'm not on macOS Tahoe yet. I want to wait for the public release number 2, at least. That's usually what I do. I know that the devs are usually fast enough to be like on beta release number 4. They have things that work with it if there are some changes. But I for most of the thing that I have, specifically anything that is sound related, I wait just a smidge, just a smidge. Um, yeah, it's a pain. It's a pain. Yes, titties all the time, always. Makes sense. Makes sense. Uh, it is risky right now. I do agree with that. It is kind of risky to get into Tahoe, even though I will probably next week. Um, right, because the official release was last week. kind of this week, roughly. It depends, but like last week, basically. And now they have like 1 week to fix the initial bugs, which is usually what they take. And the next week is going to be pretty good. So, yeah. Um, the brain. Yes. The other option that I have, and I don't like it, but it's an option, is to use this instead of what I'm currently using. So instead of using OBS, I would use Meld, and Meld is a an alternative to OBS in a way that is more optimized and so
Stony
on.
underscore Eagle just resubscribed for 42 months. Take this old man.
Goddamn, 42. Yeah. Goddamn. Thanks a lot for the resub. Don't appreciate it. Welcome back. It's a lot. It's a lot. But yeah. It's a very nice icon. I do agree with that. It has like a nice small glass element, plus the logo is fun. It's better than the first one, and they have added other things. Tickle, hi, work on it, which I do like. But it's just the issue that I have with it, and I think we talked about it before, is the fact that it's technically good, but it's also not as good as OBS is on its own. And so this is probably going to be a very bad idea, but I'm going to allow that. And you probably have lost the music or the sound is weird or I don't know. But yeah, um, Showman or Showman, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Stoney, have a good look. So basically, this section here that you have is a better version of OBS to an extent, where you have the ability to get like similar vibe. Um, yeah, it does. But yeah, no, it has good enough things where you can potentially get like transition and scenes and stuff, and it works with the Stream Deck, and it's optimized for macOS in the first place, which is good. But it still has some missing things. It still doesn't have integration with Atom. It still doesn't really have some of the things that I wish we had in the first place that like are now in OBS for or with some effects and stuff. So it's a bit of a mess, but it's also pretty useful because you get the native filtering, the native things. The liquid glass, for example, is native and going to be in there. The fact that you have this, which is, you know, for corner radius, basically like Figma is doing things. So, yeah, um, that's the whole system. But, eh, I'm still like I mean I live in OBS, so I don't really have a choice there. I mean I do, but I don't have a choice. So yeah, that's a thing, and that's annoying. But yeah, it's an option. It's an option that I might do at some point or use at some point. I don't know. I know that the release candidate, as you said, was released on the event for Tahoe, but it's just for making sure that their system works. Like last year, 2 years ago, I forgot. Some years ago, I decided to do the beta version in like developer beta for the system. And once I did that, I had a bit of an issue with the sound because the mic is using. How can I explain this? uh, Sound management in macOS is shit. We love it. The sound right routing that is the only option is going or coming from a subset of apps that is coming from a company that is called Rogue Amoeba. Um, Rogue Amoeba is the only one, Audio Hijack and so on, is the only one company right now that provides a sublet of application, which is built in Audio Hijack and Rogue Amoeba, other things, to let other apps manage sound and create audio routing in a way that makes sense. Can I walk on in? And so that wasn't updated for the latest version because I mean, it was fixed, kind of. Their system was kind of fixed. That Rogami needed to have something, and so I had to DMs the devs and say, I am a streamer. I need this to work because I'm streaming from a Mac, but because of the new version, we don't have access to it, and therefore they sent me like a better software thing that I can have because I asked for it, which is really good. But in order to avoid this, I have decided this year to kind of wait for them to publish like an updated version that I can have access to this. And so that, yes, basically, basically they gave me the pre-release beta things, the file, the DMG, directly. They just said, well, we have this if you want to try it out, but I can't promise anything. It just worked. So good job. And it was kind of it happens. It worked. So that's the main thing. But that's the point. I am holding back on getting that again this year because it just makes no sense. But yeah, it's a bit of a pain. It's a bit of a pain to stream on Mac. And Tickle, you asked if I used anything for sound management. Kinda, not exactly, but kinda. Um, I I wish I had like a way to show you directly, but I don't think I do, and it depends on the day, and I don't use it every day. But I basically have, bitch, get out. I basically have the Wavelink software that is coming from or with the mic that I'm using. And so with that, I should be able to have my stream um, audio management done through this. But because of how annoying I am, that makes sense, and how I don't want to have things in one app only because it has given me some problems in the past, I've decided to use a version. Bitch, I just installed new version. I decided to use the split inside of OBS directly so that I can get the audio specific things and I can mute myself and mute the music and enable the desktop and so on directly inside of OBS rather than having to do that through the Wavelink software. So that's the whole thing, and that's a mess because I'm ending up with a ton of things around here that are way too complex for what it's supposed to be. So yeah, it's just uh, it pisses me off. And so same thing, right? Right now, for example, the release candidate has been released to the public, meaning that um, Elgato is probably working on the version or has been working on the version since the beta, but like I have been working on the version for release to the public um, for macOS Tahoe, and that's also going to bring some issues like the Stream Deck that is breaking right now. So, like that's the type of thing that we do. But eh, eh. I think today, this year, is not liking the earbuds. It's kind of weird. Um, it's kind of weird. But yeah, that's the situation. So for you right now to be able to see the stream, I need to be in Uh, I'm hosting the encoding, which is a pain. I kind of need to not stream on YouTube and at the same time, but I'm still doing that, so I don't know exactly how the stream on YouTube is working. I have no clue. Um, and something is broken, and I don't know what it is. And there is no update of OBS available, and there is no update of the wavelength yet that would give me Rogue Amoeba updated things. So yeah, it's a pain. Um, yeah, the thing that I have an issue with continuity camera is the same situation that we have right here. So this thing, if I start the stream, it starts as if that element was not there. Like basically when I start the stream, it's like this, and I don't see my phone. It's there, it's picking up my iPhone, but it's not displaying. So I need to go in, change the source, and then select the iPhone back to get this as a view. That is kind of the same thing for the continuity camera when you are using it, and it's a bit of a pain, but you know, it's there. It's okay. It's okay. Yoram, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? But yeah, like other than that, um, it's fine. Yes, you are pink with the badges and pink with not the badges. Everything works. I've made some tiny updates and I hate it. I hate it. I have beta Mac version of the previous version, none of the latest, not of Tahoe. But yeah. So I have discovered that I have made a mistake, and if you've been here since last month, you know that I've made a mistake on the database, and now I have made a mistake on the database again. So it's at the point where I'm like, I have the entirety of the function that I want to have. It's working, not exactly as I want it to work, but it's working. I am this close, not this close, like this close to rewrite the entire thing. Entire thing. Kind of from scratch. Like just remove everything, simply have UI, not data at all, and then uh, reintroduce a new database system that just works, that take the data in where it's supposed to be, and so on. So if you've built an iOS app in the past, and I'm not saying that as if I knew what I'm doing, because I'm not, but from what I understand, we have multiple layers of caching inside of iOS, and there is one that is the user default cache, which is something that is proper to the apps, but also proper to the device itself. And so you can have things that are held in user default to basically have quick access to that. That is like whenever the app is loading and launching, you have access to this data. This is something that I forgot existed in the beginning, and so everything is cached to specific layers of caching inside of iOS, which is really bad because it means that most of them are not persistent cached. So the only ones that are like persisting or persistent cache are the images because they are saved on disk. But in the beginning, they were not, and they were just cached, ephemeral cache, meaning that every time you reloaded the app, it needs to redo the fetch and the recover the images and so on. So that was a bit of a pain. And right now, again, the caching and the user default could take what I'm currently wearing, what I'm currently testing, what are the recommendations for the day, what are the weather specific for the next 7 days, for example, the forecasts and so on, to basically have something that is a way more efficient environment But because I forgot that this existed, like the dumbass that I am, it's not how it works. So it's the most efficient app, and thinking about it now is a good thing because I haven't released the thing, but also it means that it would be easier and much better for me to just start again from scratch, which I don't want to do, and then hope for the best. But it's just I I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. So yeah, that's the current situation. I've made like a lot of changes in terms of how the app works, how the navigation works. Some of the animations are good. Most of this is working as I want it to work. We have the right presentations. Some of them are a bit laggy in terms of animations at times, but like things work, things are good, and like that's the base. It's just I should have thought about it better in the first place for the data layer, and I forgot, and that's always the case. And now I'm like in the situation of, am I starting that again from scratch, or am I attempting to patch uh, things? And when you look at the code, and that's like, again, not as if I knew anything or I knew how to do anything, but if you look at the code, um, right now, for this app, all of these orange dots are files, different code files. And for this app that is supposed to be pretty simple overall, um, I feel like this is way too much. This is way too complex for what it's supposed to do. And yeah, a lot of these things are like, I don't understand why we have these files that are not even small. Like that's not to be, well, not supposed to be that massive. Or at least from my point of view, it's not supposed to be like that massive. And then all of the state objects makes no sense for this. Um, this should be a global environment object rather than a state object. So, like again, the more that I'm working on things, the more that I figure out what should be better, what could be better, and how I could implement things. But again, I need to make that and these decisions basically before I decide to release something to the public, because if I don't, I'm gonna have to rework the entire thing later, and that's not good. That's not good. So yeah, the I'm saying that the database is the issue, but I mean, it's not entirely the database the issue, but it kind of is. It's a bit too complex for my level of understanding, and it's also not complex enough for my requirement. And I would say that's the main issue. I'm hoping for something that is doing way too much, way more than expected. Um, and in my head, it's supposed to be that simple. But then when I'm putting it in place, things are just not in place. So it's a pain. But yeah, other than that, update related, this has been changed. So instead of having, we talked about this last time, instead of having the profile related things in the discovery section now just has the layering options. And that's something I did yesterday. So layering an assistant to discover other perfumes that you have in your that you could have in your collection, and in your profile you will have the information about your profile and your factory profile right there, because that makes way more sense. So that is much better. That has changed a tad, but not much. I think it still needs like a lot of work. And yeah, that's it's a lot. I don't like it. I the fact that I realized something 2 days ago, basically. I mean, not exactly 2 days ago. Basically, yesterday. Yesterday in the afternoon, I was like, this could have been saved in user default instead of where it is right now. And yeah, yeah, it's already the case. That's the thing. So in in what iOS devs used to do, and it's now not necessarily a best practice, but still there anyways. There is the MVVM things, which I don't know what the first MV means, but the second one is view model. And basically you have, or I have these that are already defined. So I have all of my views that are only UI related, and then I have all of my models that are only business related. So all the logic and the business is going to be in the view models, and all of the, also apparently we have lost the fucking zoom uh on this again. God damn it. I just realized that. But yeah, that's the thing. So it technically is there. I do have like anything that is related to the today view system, or like how things are supposed to logic are supposed to work and so on. This is like a dedicated file, and then for the view and the UI, that is in there. So it is already kind of split, but it is also accumulated over time, meaning that, for example, the thing that we had earlier, I clicked on, which is the uh, add perfume thing, that is not split. This one isn't. This one should have been split, but because it is a 2,700 lines of code, I manually cannot do that, and the AI cannot manually do that either. Like I would basically need to know what I'm doing, not the case, and then look at these fucking state object all the time. That makes no sense. Uh, and then look for sections that are UI based. So anything that is like a sum view situation, that could be extracted into its own file, which would be the add perfume um, view kind of thing. And that should be okay, but because I don't know exactly how to do that, I can't technically do that on my own. So yeah, that's the annoyance. I wish I could. I wish I could. Uh, Maybe I don't know what that is. I would say yes, in the sense that if I define something in some file, it's available on each and every other file, and I don't need to have like imports. So as soon as it is condensed or contained in the main folder, the root folder, whatever file is there is going to be accessible, if that's what you're talking about. But I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that whole thing is just. I don't know these two, so I can't say yes or no. I would say potentially, but I don't know what that is, so I can't say for sure. I would say yes, but I don't know. No, as I said, the only thing that I know is that if I have something that is defined somewhere, as in um, these cards, for example, are defined in the components, so they are like right here, and I wanted to have these somewhere else, I could 100% just go in a new file and just ask to get the the recommendation cards in there. That would work. That would work. Um, Not really. Then, kinda. Um, so no. I mean, doesn't seem like it. That is weird. I that whole thing doesn't help me understand anything right now. It's kind of wild. I wish I could zoom in, but I can't, which is sad again. Let me show you. You know what? Let me kill that and hope for the best. Just just hope. Just hope. This is probably going to turn me into a slideshow again, just because of how things are, and it happens. Um, let's hope. Can I still do that? Is that an option? It's not. God dang. What the fuck is happening? Is this an option here? No, that makes no sense. It is an option here. Okay, so that's just that fucking thing that is broken. 1 second. So, if I give you something that makes more sense, like the profile view might be okay to explain. I'm basically getting uh, that's a lot. That's a lot of zoom. That is a lot of zoom here. I am getting in terms of how it's structured. I am having the ability to extract elements and components from other files with no issues. Again, if it has been selected or defined in another file, it's going to be accessible from any other file in the project, and that's not an issue. So in here, for example, I have my navigation stack and then my background container, which just has, well, my background. And then I have my scroll view for all of my content. And in there, I have a VStack with each of the content. I have the combined card profile, which is somewhat of a component that is defined in either another file or another portion of this same file. And then I have all of these things as components because it's easier for me to just navigate through that. That um, is how it's built, but it's not necessarily something that is like structure based. So anything that is in there can be in whatever folders and directory setup that I want it to be, or I don't want it to be, but it's still the case. And it doesn't really impact how the app would uh, not react, but like work. So But yeah, it's a bit of a mess. You know what? It's not a bit of a mess. It is a mess. It's a lot of a mess. And yeah, we don't like it. Um, or technically, I don't know shit, so I don't like it by default because I don't understand what's happening 90% of the time. Um, um, I need to zoom in. Yeah, I mean, basically, navigation stack is the same thing as a router, apparently. Um, yeah, so maybe, I mean, it's weird. So going back to what you sent earlier, right? The router link that you had really doesn't help me understand anything because this makes absolutely no sense to me um, as a non-dev. And the navigation stack is, to me, a container that just define that the elements inside can open other pages, roughly. Like that's how my brain compiles it, which is wrong, but it's how I compile it. So when I'm here, for example, and I have, if it works, it's not gonna work, bitch. Always, you know, always. That makes no sense. The fact that it's broken every time I try to use the things, every time I want a thing to work on stream, it's just not working. It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyways, go there. Let's go there instead. So if I go here, for example, and I have my uh, layering section at the bottom, I have 3 entries, and so these 3 entries are contained into a navigation stack to make sure like that whole thing is a navigation stack because we have like the tabs at the bottom for navigation, but we also have the navigation or sub navigation to tap on one of the options and then open the details in question. That is one of the thing of navigation stack, which is the same thing here. You have your entries in your collection, then whichever you tap on is going to go into the correct destination. That is basically a for each, but it has navigation system, if that makes any sense. So yeah, um, I think the MVVM situation, the best practice that was there, was supposed to be kind of similar. Hugo, hi. Welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's everything? How's the week? So the main thing of the MVVM is like you have the view model, which is everything that is related to logic and the business and the thing that is supposed to happen. So all the logic of what is supposed to be displayed here, what is the logic of the sections, the logic of everything in there is in the view model. And then the view itself contains these reorganization, the design of each of the cards, and so on. So that's the
Hugo
thing,
K. Bernardo just
right?
resubscribed for 31 months. All good,
Yeah.
the week it's finally over.
Thanks for 31 months. That's a lot. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Um, I don't think it's a bit of a learning curve. I think it's mostly a different system, but also I am not good. That is a point that I want to make many times. I am not uh, good in any way, shape, or form, and therefore the structure is already wrong, and it should be better. And because I I started the whole system without thinking. Just a sad part. The organization is really bad. So this kind of makes sense, um, and it does make sense. It does work better-ish than what I currently have. It's just a system of nesting that is a bit more complex for me, for the simple reason that sometimes Xcode is just annoying, and if you have one folder called, um, for example, here you have one that is called like layouts or underscore layouts.tsx, the TypeScript, and you have the same one here. That would be an infringement of Xcode system because two files are resolving are as the same. And so with that, you can't really have um, anything working if you have the same names. So it's the same thing for folders, kinda. The fact that I have two folders that are called utilities is a bit of an issue already. And am I able to zoom in on this one? I didn't check. I don't think I am. We never know. Um, I am. God damn it. So I have an utilities here and I have an utilities right there. And so these two are already a bit of an issue. Um, and so like it's just it's just a pain. It's a pain in the ass all the time. All the time because you need to think about all your system prior to. So yeah, again, I am like this close to just say I have my view models and I have my views. I know exactly how the app is supposed to work. Let me start an entirely new project from scratch and just build the entire thing by not implementing, but like bringing some of these files one by one and organizing the project a bit better so that I just have what is necessary. So anything that is related to the views is going to come in. Anything that is the components that can come in because it's just visuals. And then anything that is like managers, models, and resources can come later. But it's also like right now I can't do that manually, mainly because like each of these things is riddled with state objects and environment object that's coming from the view model and then getting like implemented and added in a way that makes more sense. So it's annoying. It's annoying. I don't want to start again from scratch, but I see the benefits of starting again from scratch. I see the benefits of also um, creating a new branch right here and just ripping it down and saying, well, we need to remove anything that is data related. We need to remove everything that is differently, weirdly built just because I could use um, this as a base. I have like a mock data file that contains everything that I need to have for the perfume entry. And then by just using this as my base and structure for all of my views, I would be able to then just plug in the real um, data layers rather than having anything else. But yeah, um, yeah. So it's I already have not entirely, but I kind of already have. Um, got them checked augment and made sure that the thing was working, but it's just like I forgot exactly where it is though. But yeah, I it's just it's it is dev focused. That's the main issue every time. So, for example, today I've been fighting with the sync system, and like this is one of the messages that I sent. Like I just I just don't get it. I don't understand anything that has been said in the past 2 hours of trying to understand the fucking database system and how we have something that is working but not entirely working as I want it to work. And I do my best every time to ask for plain English, no code snippets, and so on. But because of GPT-5, there is so much of things that are like in memory. So if I tell it to not give me something once in one chat, it's going to remember that. And therefore, in the next message, if I ask something different, it's going to still remember that I want something that is not technical. When in that response, I needed something technical and I don't know about that. So I'm doing my best to not do that all the time, but it's just not good. And it would be how I learn if I cared about learning, which is not the case. Um, or let me rephrase that because I have used that sentence before. If I cared about becoming a front-end dev or dev in general, that would be how I spend more time and ask more questions in a way that just help me understand and so on. But right now, it's just I don't care. I want the thing to work. That's all I care about. It's kind of working. It's not working entirely. It's working in a way that is really bad. And so that's why I'm like, am I again this close to just start again? If I go back to what I did with Can, which that's not gonna work. Yep. um, it's basically like I did the same thing. I started the project and then I figured out that something was broken. I started again, something else was broken, and then I started again and I had everything set up properly. And it broke because of some of the legacy things in that folder. So I had to start again from very much scratch zero, brand new project to be able to then have what we have today. So it's a thing, it's annoying, it takes time, and yeah, the simplicity of this app though, that's the thing that is pissing me off. The app itself is supposed to be that simple that it is a 4.5 views situation. Is it gonna work now? I doubt it. And now it's working. I can't with these bitches. I'm done with Apple. That's what happens. Um so it is a full different views app. Like there is nothing else. You have a home view, a collection view, a discovery view that is not necessary, and a profile view that is not necessary either. So it's there. And so the only thing that is like complex is this section. Um, and yeah, that that makes just no sense. I I don't agree with that, and that's the reason why I went with Swift in the first place, is because it makes so much more sense to my brain than uh, TypeScript or JavaScript. Because I tried. I did full courses in their entirety, or the entirety of free entirety available for JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript, Node.js, and TypeScript to just, just get the gist of it and understand. I don't get it. JavaScript and TypeScript is just like not for me. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Whereas if you go into, let me go to code into something. Um, mm, mm, that's not going to be useful. Let's do, yeah, maybe. If I'm there, and I've talked about that before, and I kind of showcased it, but you know, it's the same. That syntax makes so much more sense for my brain than anything I've seen in JavaScript and TypeScript or React for that matter. Um, just because it is using common words and common systems, if you have an H stack, an horizontal stack that contains a spacer, a picker, and a spacer, um, it just like I can see it in my head directly. I have a spacer, something, and a spacer, and it's an horizontal stack. So it's going to be very simple with something in the center. And then I have that picker, which is defining with the categories. And in my category, I have the either the layering or the assistant, which means that because it's a picker, it's going to be a segmented control, segment control picker, because it's like the style that I have defined here. And it is a large one because I needed it to be like a bit bigger and more accessible. And I define its max width of 320. And it has its background and so on, but that's like all of these are styling modifier. And so technically they are not necessary. Like I could remove them and it would work the same way just because I'm using a picker and picker makes sense. And so for me, that's just such an easy thing and such a simple thing to understand designer wise. Again, like here, again, I have the ability to see things in my head. I have the visuals and I can see how the things are going to impact the element. So if I see a text line, I can visualize the text line. It's a given that the letters are going to be all jumbled because dyslexia, but that's fine. And then I'm making it medium. I'm adding some padding around it. I can see the max width type doesn't change anything. I see it is going to be blue. And then I think that the background or the foreground color is going to be in primary. So you will have like a difference of colors in between the background and the foreground, which makes sense. There will be a corner radius of 16 and then some padding of 32 on the sides. So overall, this is going to be some sort of a pill. Um, and I have that in my head. And so that makes a lot of sense. And so in order, again, the thing that I kind of showcased last time in the colors test view, because that's the easiest thing for me to show you what I'm talking about. This code is such an easy thing if it loads, when it loads, because it doesn't load. One day. One day it will work. One day it would be instant. And not today. I know, we talked about it. But if I look at this, for example, just from an external point of view right now, this one was for showcasing how the color mix works because it works really well and it's really useful. It's extremely simple for me to understand what I would have here as an output. And I'm not saying that the logic is simpler than TypeScript or JavaScript. the front end part, the visual part for me, which is the only thing that I'm touching, basically, is always going to be good. So this, for example, is that. Like that's the output. This one is an overlay of white so that we have the gradient. And then the second one, the second stack, is an overlay of black. And the last one has dot gradient at the bottom that is like a bit stronger than the rest. That simplicity right here, if I just like remove one of the stack, it's gonna update the preview in a way that makes sense to me because I'm just gonna have like one of the stack and not the other ones. And if I decide to remove everything in there except this, because you know you just want one thing, it's gonna be the center of the view because that's where and how SwiftUI does its thing. If I just said that this thing was 320 in width, it's gonna take 320 in width. If I just said that it didn't have that color mix at 0 and it just has the gradient, it's just going to have the gradient. That's because it was at 0, it doesn't change shit. If I remove the gradient, it's just going to change that color to not have the gradient effect, which is a subtle change, but it's still there. And probably on stream you can't see the difference. But that is like that easy, at least for me, to understand how things are supposed to be and how things are supposed to go through and work. And it's just it's that easy. Like if I want a text, I just want a text. And then if I have my text, I can just add some things. So I know that my font in this one is gonna be we want it to be in title because that's something that we need on here. And then we want the foreground color to be using primary so that it's white on top of the content. And that's supposed to be like right here. Obviously, it's running in the background. It's not working. But like all of these are visual properties. So you have the ability to get these things really, really quickly. And so that's, for me, that's the reason why SwiftUI makes a lot more sense, because if I just need something visually to help me like understand and just say, I need the design here to be the rounded font instead, and I want this thing to be in black for the fattest of the fonts, it's gonna just work. And again, in like 5 lines, I have the thing that I need. And so I don't know if dot gradient is going to work on this one. I don't think it is. Yeah, no. Whereas doing this in TypeScript, to me, it's basically just going into CSS, and that's fine. But it's just a different syntax that seem to be more complex than anything else. However, in the other range of things that makes absolutely no sense, and you can complain about it and say that this is terrifying on SwiftUI, and I would agree with you. If I use, like, instead of primary, me just be here. If I, not then, if I used, primary is basically white or black and it's an automatic thing. If I decided to say this is supposed to be white, that's not something that SwiftUI recognizes. And Xcode is not a like a properly recognized thing. You basically have that hashtag being like a macro, but it's not an Xcode. So it's really much a pain. And you need to know these things. There is a ton of things in there that just makes absolutely no sense, but you know, eh, after a while you kind of understand, and you get used to it. You get used to it. But yeah, and the whole system of syntax and organization of the files is, to me, easier than the time that I worked on Android. Kotlin is similar in terms of the syntax for me. The Jetpack Compose, I used it mainly because it is the same syntax as the one from SwiftUI. So that it has modifiers and a dot-based declarative thing, which makes more sense for my brain. But you need to have imports for every single thing you want to add. So if I needed to have the color blue, for example, um, I'm ending up at the top with so many fucking imports just because we need something to have a button. I showcased that before, and I will showcase it again because it's fun to me. But if I go into uh, this one is not that much. Yeah, this one is kind of massive though for me. That makes no sense. The fact that I need this on every single file. I need runtime? Like runtime is not a default system thing? I I need clickable when I want to have something that is clickable? Like what the fuck is this? That makes absolutely no sense for my designer brain. Like things are supposed to be available there, and you need to think about all of that to just potentially have colors, UI graphics, colors. You want colors in your app? You need to import the fucking graphics.color. It's just, it makes absolutely no sense in my head, and I really I don't know. I don't get it. And this one is a small one. Like this one is 30 imports, and that's a small. That's one of the files that has a small amount of imports. Like most of them are at 30. I have one that has like 56, I think, which makes no sense. You just have, obviously, like by default, the system understands that the import is going to be retracted and it's not necessary to show them. So it is minimized, but it's just in all of the fucking files, you end up with that massive block at the top for things that's just, if you think for 1 second and the system doesn't provide it for you, it's just wild to me. Whereas obviously there are some imports in Swift, and that happens. It makes sense. But I need something related to the UI. I'm gonna use import Swift UI. I need something that is gonna be related to the foundation of Swift UI and Swift in general. I'm just gonna import foundation, um, and that's gonna be it, and it's gonna be that easy. And I just have this. I think the max one that I have has 6 imports at the top because I need to have the weather, the location, and uh, something related to the map, and not on that project, and 2 other things like the Swift UI and the foundation, and then UI kit as well because I needed something specific. But that's about it. Like, yes, there are some very big things in there. Like you have a ton of options for the import and a ton of things that you can just import inside of your project. But most of the time, you are good with Foundation and Swift UI at all, or just that, and be done with it. So, you know, I I am obviously biased, obviously, very much biased, but it is wild to me that like Kotlin is that much more complex. Um, it has some benefits. I'm shitting on it most of the time because it's just not the best language for me, but it has a lot of benefits as well. The some of the blocks that we have makes a bit more sense than the blocks with modifier um, in Swift. At times, not often, but at times, yes. And there is more customizations in there that just makes sense. The fact that they have been trying to replicate Swift UI is the reason why I went with it, because it's just the same thing, and you end up with a syntax that is similar and a logic that is similar. So if you kind of already know Swift UI, you are kind of good with Kotlin, and you can't really mess it up. You can, but you know you can't really mess it up. So yeah, like let's say I needed to have a color test and then a number next to it. I could 100% have that number inside of the string of text, but I could also um, just you know add a single second number or second line of text, add an H stack right there to make sure that I have my content. I'm just gonna stack that properly, and then we want this thing to have spacing of I don't know 4, so that they are kind of tight together. And the second one, or maybe the first one, is gonna use regular font, and the second one is gonna be something else. It should be a property, but I don't care right now. And so you just have like your text numbers, your things, your whatever, and this thing is supposed to be blue. You know, like that's that easy. So again, from a designer point of view, coming up with how things are supposed to be looking and how I can have them organized and set up, that's the easy part for me. Anything that is related to the logic, even though the logic in my head is good, the it's the hardest part. So yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. But they have like so much stuff that I like a lot. Like for example, if I had this one being in title 3 instead of title, it's going to be a bit smaller than the rest. And if you look closely, they are not really aligned, and they are not like in the same baseline and so on. So you can have like an alignment section. So you say alignment, and then let's say you have, oh, not that. Let's say you have something and you want them to be at the bottom. So you say like bottom to just have something and see if it works. And then you figure out that bottom is not what you want to have. So they have something that is built in, which is just the first text baseline. And so they will just align the baseline of both of the texts, regardless of their sizes, so that they are all exactly in the same fucking baseline. That makes more sense. Um, so yeah, the thing is the CSS stuff, just in CSS, in like HTML, CSS, it's fine. But yeah, I agree. But then again, the thing that I also said last time is, for example, if I wanted to have a stroke or a border, because border was a thing, um, right? That makes no sense. I have a rounded rectangle which has a corner radius of 24, and I'm adding a border. It's it's not. It is not doing anything, and that is the type of shit that I hate about Swift UI because there is a ton of stuff here. If I want to have this working, I need to use an overlay, which makes no sense, but that's the first thing. And then in that overlay, I'm gonna have a rounded rectangle that is taking the same corner radius. So it's gonna have my corner radius of 24 with my style of continuous, which is exactly the same thing. And then that specific thing is gonna have, I think it's stroke, but I forgot. Um, and bitch. And when I'm doing this, I finally have a border around the element where if I just add a stroke in white at a line width of 2 on this thing, it just doesn't want to fucking comply. Like it doesn't work. So it's just making no sense. Uh, but yeah, like that's the type of thing that you have to think about. Um, I know that React Native would be better and Flutter would be good and Expo and others, um, to make things for multiple platforms at once. But it's just such a different system, and I'm not saying no. I'm saying that I need a project that would make sense for me to have on multiple platform by default. I'm also aware that if I have an app that is running on or with React Native, Apple is going to have a harder time to recommend it to the rest of the people that are browsing the App Store. They will have a harder time to promote it as app of the day or winning an award or something. Not that I'm expecting getting anything, but just for that potential of getting promoted for free, kind of by Apple's figuring out that the design is really good or that the experience is really good and it matches up something or whatever. If it is in another language that they can't really check, it's gonna be a bit of an issue. So yeah, Kenny, hi, welcome in. That's a big ass emote though. Thanks a lot for chatting. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome in. I feel like I've seen your name already somewhere. Um, I like that cat though. So I get it. I agree. It's a bit of a, you know, it's a bit of a pain to work in React and so on. But yeah, it is a bit high indeed. Indeed. Also, don't pay attention to the bots, which is me, but like in chat makes no sense. So yeah, Turkey, that's the thing. Um, if you, I mean, again, if that works, it works. Yes. Can is available on multiple platforms, and it's available. It works the same way on both platforms, except like the conjugation section. But everything that I have in there, um, for the Android app is working the exact same as how it works on the iOS app. And yeah, um, so eh. I know, Kenny. I rated you 2 days ago. Appreciate you coming in though. It's just the logic. Um, yeah, That's the thing. That's the thing. I do feel like the pipeline of um starting in React components, Expo, whatever, React Native, and so on, to get onto multiple operating system at once. And then once you're big enough and you're successful enough and you can pay like someone to do the dev for one specific platform and only that specific platform, you could split, but then is it really necessary? And then the second thing is, if you go the other way around, which is what I'm doing, specifically for the perfume app, if you want to have like iOS only in the beginning and then you become big enough that you hire someone that does the Android side of things, that's also a way to go. Because, I can potentially do that. And eh, eh, we'll see. But it's just, eh, eh. The thing that I have is, and the thing that we have talked about before, um, people on iOS pay. That's what happens. So if you have like an iOS app, the probability of making some money on that app is greater than zero. Like there is a chance that is greater than zero that you will make some money on the App Store if you do your marketing properly and you have your whatever set up as you want it to be set up. Again, as I showcased before and kind of talked about in the past, um, this is going to be a one-time payment, and so like that's an easy thing. The Can app right there. James, hi, what's going on? How are you? 10 times. Hi, it's you got the confettis as well. So that thing that you have on Android and on iOS, I don't know exactly how bright that screen is, but it's there. Um, the revenue for this one is roughly $150, right? That's not much, but that's something. The revenue from this one is currently setting at um, one person paid 3 days ago. That's the first person. That's the first revenue I have on here. I'm making $13. And then you have to pay the taxes and the store and the things. So I'm probably making like, I don't know, $5 on this, which is something, but that's the first. That's the first. If I didn't check
Tickly
that, I
Monster
would have,
just
you know,
subscribed.
I wouldn't have known. Thanks for the prime. Tickle. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in. Enjoy the emotes. You have like core emotes. So yeah, apparently I'm making $13 from a. I've made $13 from someone in Canada that has decided to subscribe for 1 month and cancel right away. Cool. So that's the thing. No, with the Can app, with the Japanese learning app, $150 on iOS and apparently $13 on Android. Um, so yeah, yeah, maybe. The thing is, the reviews is I have more reviews on Android than I have on iOS, or at least more that I'm aware of. And yeah, it's just you know, it's um, it's annoying. So it it's a thing. So nonetheless, that doesn't change the thing that we were talking about. In my opinion, if you want to make money with something, you will build iOS first, and then, or at least you will market iOS first or more than the Android version, and then you would build the Android version to make sure that most platforms and all platforms are supported. But yeah. Um, and Chris, to answer your question about with the perfume app, no. But based on the feedbacks from the people that I have, I'm almost guaranteed to make $100 in the first week, roughly. Not exactly, like not guaranteed, but like I have at least five people that I've been talking to that are perfume enthusiasts that would probably kind of talk about the app in a way. If they like it, if they don't like it, don't like it. But that's the thing. And these people are the exact target audience that would need to buy the app. And because the app would be a one-time payment at like $24 one time, and then you're done and you have it for life, it would basically ensure that I would make 125 bucks on the first day ish, and based on taxes and things, it will probably make like $100 roughly. So that's already something because I know the target audience, I know the demographic, and I know that they are like people that spend money. Like again, I'm I'm buying these and I'm getting these for free most of the times because the store where I go, they see me every 2.5, 3 weeks, roughly. So, like that was kind of free, that was kind of free as well. Um, and most people that are like uh, doing or interested in perfume would be willing to pay up to $50 to $80 for one of these. Like they might, if it's like a very popular perfume, and you know that, James, um, you know, that some people might pay a lot for one of these. And so the app being like $24, which is like sometimes the price as a sample, makes sense for some of them. So yeah. Um, yeah. So for you specifically, Techie, I think you do need. Uh, it's not you do need. You don't have a choice. You need a cross-platform platform that allow the user to be communicating with their friends that are from another country, that are in the same circle, in the same community, and still have that communication thing happening. But that's the thing. That's the difference. For me, this one is a private, personal, uh, encrypted, not really, like journaling thing that stays on your device and nothing leaves your device. So there is no need for any communication. There is no community aspect. There is no social aspect to this app. Like everything is right there. That's your collection. You can manage it. You can just take a look at what you have and then explore the content, see some details, and like that's the base of the app. So it's very unipersonal, like one person, and therefore the target audience for the people that pays for these type of things, they probably gonna have an iPhone, probably not all the times, but probably. And um, yeah, yeah, I did, I did, and now it's like everywhere. Uh, like I have it here. I have it at the top as well. Each of the bottles have, you can't really see that, but it's tiny because it's tiny, but it's there. Um, and so on. So basically, I figured it out in the first place, which was good. But then I figured it out again. Let me see if I can have like the fucking um where you at, bitch? There, cool. So I looked for potentials and options and things that are similar into creating stickers effects on some code blogs and so on. And so I found one that does exactly this. And basically, it's taking the uh, the logic is exactly what I had in my head, but then I couldn't really translate it to cursor. So it happens. But basically, it is doing an alpha check. Like it's checked the pixel alpha, and then if it's transparent or not transparent, it's just not doing anything. So it's right there, and then it just it moves and it goes into its end position and so on. But that's the easiest thing. If I wanted to, let's go into. uh, I guess I'm gonna just close that because it makes sense. If I say you have the heart, which is right here, and you have your buttons and your things and your image. Let's say that image right here, I want it to be sticked because the thing that I have is a sticked uh, modifier. By simply adding the sticked modifier, it's going to give me that outline around the thing. In order to make it make sense, I need to have some paddings and so on to not like clip. But that's the system, and it works really well, to be honest. Like it's nice. It's broken at times when you have like an icon that is not necessarily uh, full or filled. It will have some issues, and you will end up with things like, for example, for an icon like this one, you may have a gap in between the lines instead of having like a one full stickers if the icon is too big. So that's something to take into consideration when you're building it. But that's the thing. So that works. And going back, I let's finger crossed it works now. I doubt it. Yeah, why is you like not not loading? What am I doing? Is this the issue? It's not the issue. I wish I could just zoom in. Um, yes, congrats. As I said, it is right now the easiest way to make money. And if I had the time, I would be doing that as well. Because I have ideas. Like shit like this, for example, is the type of content that I could bring to Framer Marketplace as a component, right? Where you have an element that you want to see some details. And so it would be for Framer, like a book. And then when you click on it, it displays your personal review of said book and then a grading at the bottom, something. And that could be like a very simple thing to add, or maybe just on Hover or something, whatever, it doesn't matter, to your Framer project. And you make that like $2, $1, and it's just like, boop, it just comes in because it's so easy. The marketplace right now is the best option if you want to make money really fast and you know how to build components. So I recommend it. Um, but that whole thing is stickers section is really, really cool and it's really simple. And the overall modifier itself, as said, is basically taking like the image or the content or the things and then checking the alpha threshold right there. And so it needs to have like a minimum of 0.01 to detect as there is something. And then once that's done, you just add the function, which is right here, and that set function for the sticked function, which I want to create like a second one, um, is giving you the stroke and the shadow to showcase stuff. So that is massive. So for example, here, because it is like this icon by default, like that's the icon itself, it's just adding a border around the alpha threshold and not like a sticker. So it just makes it more thick, which is fine, but it's not necessarily what you want to have. Like you might want to, you know, maybe 3 is going to be not good. 8 is going to be not fat enough. But yeah. So if I look at this, for example, you can see that it creates the shadow behind, underneath. So, eh, eh, debatable. But it's nice. It's nonetheless, it's a nice thing to have. It's better than nothing, and it's working, which is the most important thing for me. So yeah, so we did have the thing working. I wish, again, I could just fucking load this, but apparently that is not an option. But like, it's an option, but not an option. Like, how the fuck do you want this to work? I just want to zoom on things. I just want to zoom on things. It should be that easy. No, you don't want to. Alright, cool. Because I can't really show you that. Um, that's the issue. Oh, is it this? Is this the issue? I have my porn VPN on. I said nothing. Is that the issue? Was that the issue? No, wasn't the issue. But yeah, the built-in animation for SwiftUI or Swift San Francisco symbol are pretty nice. Some of them are just not as nice, let's be honest. Um, like in the animations section that we have, um, let's repeat continuously so that we have the things. You can see some of the animations work, and so if we do something with I don't remember exactly which one it is. Some of them are like a tad different, or you know. Yeah, that's also very not good for you to see what I'm trying to showcase because I can't zoom in and not zoom in at the same time. Um, but yeah, so it is nice at times. That's the main issue that I have with them, is that some of these things are really good. Like this one is really good. And it's just it it just makes sense, but it's not exactly what you want to have. You want something that is uh like not this, because that is not good, and that's what they have most of the time. Like the draw on is a new animation type that is only available since basically now, and it is not the greatest option. It's fine. Again, I'm shitting on it, but I'm not shitting on it. But it is like a uh very simple thing to see. Like for example, if I go into drop, which is my usual, this one is the one that I use. I mean, I'm technically using this one. Draw On doesn't really have any animation per se, and the one that I use is Wiggle that just goes up and down so that I have that tiny, uh, well, drop animation. It is very, very tiny, and I know that's kind of sad. Uh, I It's there. What I do like though is this the fact that you have potentially animated things and uh, potentially like multiple type of colors. So regular solid, regular duotone, colored, and multicolors when available. Because sometimes that is not available. Like here, for example, this is not necessarily the multicolor that you were expecting, but a lot of them and a lot of the weather related uh, app or weather related icons will have like a different version and a multicolor option that takes on so much and so much small details that you end up with basically something that is really good. Like you just got something that that makes sense. And so this is a very, very simple thing, but if you look at it closely, and I will not be able to do that closely, I need to do that in a continuous manner. You can see that the thermometer is rising up inside off. That's a bit of an annoying thing at which we had timing and so on. But you know, like I do agree that this is a nice thing, but it's also like very specific. Um, and it's also very, how can I explain that? Stylized for a very specific use case, if that makes any sense. So if we go into something like, uh, that's me. If we go into something like 60 FPS, because I know that that is going to help me to get one of the latest one from. I looked at it like I feel like a second ago. What the fuck is finance? It's one of the new ones in F's. Fuse has one of these really cool icon representations. So most of these, not even most of these, all of these are the native icons from the iOS SF symbols, but just restylized with a gradient, right? So these or this is one way to introduce a different type of rendering, and that is an option. Yeah, but they are the same icons. I'm not saying that they are using the SF symbols directly. I think the head is a bit different, but it's something that you can still do in the SF symbol to get something that is a bit more personal and different than following what other people have done so far. Um, but that's also the thing that is kind of sad. If you look at any app that stands out, these icons are custom. These are custom icons. And so, yes, you have something that is like giving you um, personality and so on, but you lose so much of what could be system-wise related stuff. So, yeah, Knox, what on it? What on it? And Chris, you said, how did you plan and structured the mom UI kit? Or how would you structure UI kit? It depends. That's a good question, but it depends. I knew I needed a foundation. Let's go there. It's going to be the way easiest thing to do. So as a starting point, I knew for a fact that we needed to create like a UI kit for myself to use on every project. That was the plan. For any project you have, you will have the need for colors, typography, potentially some spacing guidelines, and potentially some effect guidelines, like things that are usable across the whole design. And so I built this first. And then because I kind of started to build some icons in the first place, I put the icon first, and then we did multiple styles for the same icons, but then added like the misc icon or miscellaneous icons, and then the documentation page is the thing that will be used across the entirety of the documents. And then after that, the composition, no, the organization of the UI kit is basically following design system checklist, not to the T, but almost to the T. So if you haven't checked that, please do. Just go there and click on the link and so on. You know, that's the thing. But basically, in there, if you want the core components, you will have all of the components in a specific order. So you have the accordion, you have the alerts, and it is obviously organized by alphabetical order, so it's a bit different. But you have all of this in there, and so you can decide, oh, avatars, do I have avatars? And then when you are looking at said avatars, you can say, well, I do have the image, I have the fallback, I have different sizes, I have different colors. I don't have different shapes per se, like they are all round, so that doesn't count. I have some groups, and I don't have accessibility labels as a dev because that would be way more easier to have. But I, like that's could be a thing. So if I wanted to be 100% compliant, I would need to have accessibility labels in the components themselves, and then add multiple shapes. So maybe like one that are hexagonal, maybe some that are different, but I'm also having other things, as in badges for is it uh, currently online, verified, and so on. Like these things are additions I don't have. And so I just did that and defined that I have color, I have variants, I have sizes, I have icon support. If they are dismissible, that's an option. I know that they don't have an empty state, and positioning is not a thing for me, so that I just moved on. And you can just do that through the entirety of the design system checklist for all of your components. Um, but if you do that, you will end up with a UI kit. You will end up with something that is sometimes, most of the times, too complex for what you're trying to achieve. So if your goal is to create a UI kit for a project that you're building, build the UI kit after the fact. If your goal is to create a UI kit to use in any future project that you have, build the UI kit first. There is a logic in which way you do things. If you build your design first, like let's say I'm going in there and we are building this thing, and it's working, but it's not exactly what we want, which this one is exactly where it is. Like we haven't, I don't like this thing. It's working, but it's not exactly what I expect the level of design that I want Stony to have in the app. Not yet. Like that's bad. I haven't touched it in a while, but it doesn't matter. So I would have this and tweak things and experiment and make it better. And then when I have something that makes sense to me, maybe I will have like a row for the tables that just makes sense. Something that is like, oh yeah, cool. This thing absolutely makes sense. This is exactly the design that we need. And therefore, from there, I'm going to extract this, put it above, create a component out of it, replace all of the entries with this component, and then be good with it. You didn't do anything wrong. I did something wrong. That's my fault. I did this and I'm not happy with it. I think it's not to the level of design that I want you to have. So that's why I didn't touch it much more yet. So it's my fault. You can blame me on this one. So yeah. So that's Chris. That's the thing, right? That's how you define your project and your UI kit. So you either do it
Bad
at
AOA,
the
bad.
end of something, or you do it at the beginning. It depends on your goal. So if your goal again is to have a UI kit that you can reuse on every project and be sure to have all the components, that's the best option, or at least for me. Also, that's kind of broken. That's one. And if you want to create a Framer components library, which is basically the same thing, which is really good, specifically now. That's right now is the best time to do that, based on the fact that they just added the design pages. That's good. um, it's basically the same system. You will have to create all of the component library and so on. What I would potentially recommend you to do is um, get in the habits, or not necessarily the habits, but like get into the creation of something like this um, in the beginning. So if I use one of these as an example, if it loads, goddamn, today is not the day. And let's go into the design section. That's all I needed. So this UI kit is composed of one button in three styles or three different sizes, one input fields that can be turned into a drop down, like it can has a drop down thing, one model that is built in three sub components, so bottom component, center component, header component of that model thing, and then an alert slash notification slider thing, and some other small, not necessarily useful components. But if you start with this and you just create, you start building the system in like one page with all of your components, you should end up with something that is pretty good for Framer and that is flexible enough. So these ones, for example, are good. I would say the pink UI kit is one of the cheapest one that I have in terms of its content, not in terms of price because it's free. But they are all basically the same base. What do we need in most of the apps and UI and project that we are building? That's the question I'm asking all the time. We need buttons, we need labels for input fields, we need tabs, and then we need input fields, obviously, some tags and some segment control, some checklist and tables, and then something that is like a combination of everything. Um, and you know, that's the way. So for me, once I have all of this, I have basically 80% of the components that I would need to build all of my other components that I will then need later. So let's say at some point I needed like a table, something that is a bit more complex than these ones. That's a combination of like a set of input fields, a set of labels inside of containers, and potentially you would have some of the tabs that are used, but that's about it. So it's very, very simple to then build something through this entire system without creating or having to create so much in the first place. So that's the thing. But the main point, at least for you, if you're trying to build like a UI kit, like component library thing, the most complete it is, the better it will be. So I highly recommend you to just follow the design system checklist. It is 166 components. So it's not that much. It is much, but it's not that much. And then The foundation is 26 things, so you end up at the end with 200-ish elements. Um, but it is that simple. You just need like your colors, your layouts, so spacings and stuff, your typography if it's necessary, elevations, motion if that's something that you want to have in your Framer templates. Iconography, this is something that you could use a pack. Like if you want, I would highly recommend you to do that. Use the built-in icons from Framer instead of that Framer thing, so that you don't need to, you know, um, give anything. That would be good. And yeah, it is very much that simple, and that's the order in which you need to do stuff. Basically, that's the idea. See? Yes, this is the best mouse. Yeah, I mean, there is a reason why I have one. I I don't have it here, which is the thing that pissed me off. I don't know where I put it. But I was on the Magic Mouse for the longest time. I designed on Magic Mouse for solo. And at some point, I moved to this, which is okay. But I found myself pinch and zoom and move around the Canva of Figma on this. And that's not an option. Like if you look at what we can do with the trackpad, you can do this. That is such freedom, such speed to move through things. And that's the thing that you can do with the Magic Mouse. With this, I'm limited to up and down and whatever, and the only option that I have to move around diagonally is to use the scroll wheel to click, which turns my cursor into a grab point, and then I can move in a different direction, and it's fine, but it doesn't have the inertia that it needs to have to move around. So that just basically made me buy two of these because I need that now. That is necessary. Mizzy, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Um, I don't think uh yeah, that's not that's different. The thing that is wild though, I'm also tan. um One of the things that I love about the trackpad, if you have never used one of these, you are missing out. No, but try to press on it with your nail and not with your finger. Like try to press on it, and there is a probability that it will conduct. But if your nails are long enough, it will not conduct. Try to press on it with something else. Try to use like a pen or something. It doesn't do shit. It doesn't have a button. You can't press if you don't have capacitive at the same time. So if I'm just doing this, it doesn't record that I'm pressing. If I have my thumb on it, like just doing capacitive and then using the pen to do something, it's going to click. The click doesn't click. The click is a fucking vibration motor. It's the haptic taptic engine from Apple. And I don't understand how they can make me feel like I'm pressing for real with force touch with different things, easy and so on, so well. Like it's one of the best reactive elements that we have. So yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. And I mean, that is one of the reasons why I stayed on the Magic Mouse for so long. And in the beginning, when I moved to Japan the first time in 2019, I I basically didn't have this mouse. It wasn't in my collection just yet. And I travel with the Magic Mouse, and it's so good because it's so slim and it helps to gain space and so on. But it's just I have the need for some of the buttons on the side, not the wheel, but some of the side buttons, as some of these buttons, to um, yeah, yeah. Did you know why this was on the App Store and got removed? Just you know, did you know the iPhone with the 3D Touch or Force Touch and the trackpad was the same thing. It was a great cocaine scale, like perfectly accurate cocaine scale. Don't ask me how I know. And so that scale app got removed from the App Store real fast, real fast, for no reason. That's yeah. So this scale that you can have on the trackpads, and you can have on the iPhones as well, um, is an option. It's just it needs to have some capacitive layers, so something that create a current, and then it will register the pressure, and you have like micro scale for stuff. I think I forgot the max limit of the pressure sensitiveness of the trackpad. I had forgotten, but it's pretty high. It's really impressive to see how much they could basically force touch into. And my brain is telling me 2 kilos, but that feels way too high. But yeah, no, it's really impressive. I agree. I agree. So yeah, I feel like I missed something. Yeah, probably. It's probably what happened. But yeah, it's kind of fun because it's just like it was perfect for some activities. And it's glass. It's the same thing as the newest IKEA mirror palettes. Have you seen this? They just have launched. I saw that for a split second. They have launched some sort of a hand mirror which uses, yeah, it's basically this, but it's not this one. They have launched a new mirror that is basically that, but it's using cork on the outside, and it is way flatter, uh, and it's perfect for some activities, some nose activities. And it's crazy that they didn't think about it. Like it, I mean, I get it. I don't get it. I don't understand why they didn't think about it. Um, It's basically this one. It's the top section of this. So you basically have the mirror itself, but the mirror itself has a, a thumb and situation, and so it's just you can travel to the venue with your lines, like like the people with the glass. You can have your lines. It's perfect. And again, I don't understand how uh people at IKEA are like, oh yeah, I know that's fine. Specifically when they present it flat, like it's uh anyways. The thing that I said when I saw that the first time though is there will be so much lost in that gap that I understand that most people will not use it for that. But goddamn, like don't present it flat like this as if it was meant to be used this way. Like that, hey. Like you present it like this. Ah, I get it. That's a mirror. That makes sense. That's cool. We good. Nothing to say about it. Uh, yeah, but sometimes you need to have like a not innocent product designer, at least someone that has been in the business for a bit, specifically at IKEA, that remembers the years in like the 2010s ish, 2000s, where it was kind of free flowing. Yeah. And yeah, and just be like, ah, I remember that. Oh, that's a new product. I don't know. So we'll see. But yeah, I saw something earlier. What did I miss? I missed something. I missed something. I knew. Um, uh, 1 second. You said something earlier. Someone said something earlier about the uh, that. James, you said that. I saw that, and then my brain disconnected for something else. You said you got a new iPhone today, and you're not a fan of the glass design. Um, I saw that for a split second, and I remembered. I don't. So, if you were here during the Apple event when they announced it at WWDC 25, I shat on everything they said about liquid glass because it was absolutely shit. I installed it on my phone on the day, and basically on the first day, I wasn't sure. On the second day, it stopped bothering me. And then on the third day, I was like, yeah, that's kind of fine in some area. There are some things that are broken because it was the beta, but most of it is pretty good. And if you just take a look at how it's supposed to look and you are using the simple minimalistic way of presenting your content, like if you are like me and you have a dark background, that's the easiest thing. And then regularly and not like most of the time, I'm using the clear icons for everything. If you just use the liquid glass this way, you are kind of good. Like it is uh really nice, and it doesn't really bother me in any ways. They have some glitches at some points, right? They have these potentials things that have some glitch here and there. You didn't see that on stream, but it has like a liquid glass thing. You could see the corner radius on that one that just disappeared and so on. They have some issues, and the design itself is not the best. I don't really like this personally, like the fact that the edge are moving and so on like that. I don't care. Also, it doesn't look like it most of the time. I don't pay attention to it, but you know, like it's fun. That's where I am. It's fine. It's not the best, and the tray for things doesn't really bother me as much as it should. So yeah, I personally speaking, James, I think you would be okay with it in about 2 days. And as I said before, and I'm gonna go back there because that makes sense. If I go into the accessibility section and then just touch, yeah, this these sliders, right, make no sense to me because if I'm not willingly like dragging my finger down and then looking at the thing, I never see the animation. Like my finger is the size of the fucking thing. Like right now, I don't know in what state I am on. And that makes no sense to me. Like they've made and taken so much processing power and thinking about creating these animations that I never see. I don't, yeah, I don't get it. Most of the tiny animation that they have is just like behind your finger, and you will never notice them in the slightest. So it happens, but that's fine. Like overall, that is fine. The glass icon effect for everything is the best option. It's the best minimalistic phone you can have. It removes all of the distraction. Like you can see all of my notifications, red dots notifications are now white. The Duolingo widgets is supposed to be red with the information, like the tiny eye on the flame icon being red as well. All of that just disappears when you are in liquid glass effect for the icons as well. So it is great for minimalistic people or minimalists, and I do highly recommend it. It's just easier at times, specifically on stream, for me to keep like the dark icon or system icons and play with that because you can see what I'm tapping on specifically, and you have like a better colors for some of the things. But yeah, the the rest of the what makes liquid glass, as in the navigation at the bottom, for example, or that button at the top that is wiggly and so on. It's fun, but it's fun for the first 2 days, and then you're done. Like you will do what I just did once because you're like, oh cool, that's a blob. But then most of the time you're just gonna tap your fucking button. That's what you're trying to do. Like you might do this because it's fun and it's the same thing, but then yeah, it's a very heavy gimmick, and I don't think most people will take a look at these. I again going back to what I said about the fucking sliders and the toggles. I don't think most people will notice the toggle have changed. I think they will see that they are like a bit longer, and they will tap on it like they do all the time, and it's to change. That's it. Like it does the change of state that it's supposed to do, and done with it. So, you know, there, yeah, I saw that earlier. I remember that. We have nothing to review though. I have some of the things to review on Twitter, but that's not much. Which again, officially today is a review day, so you know. Sidebar. I think we stopped here on Wednesday, and then we moved on to other thing. Like we stopped on this one There has been like other very slight things. This portfolio has been all the rage for the past 2 days. A lot of people have been like just saying that it's great and so on, and I don't know if I agree. I don't disagree, right? It's a very nice portfolio, and they have like a nice transition of things, but that's it. Like, it's not I mean, to me, it doesn't have that much groundbreaking stuff. It is mostly stuff that I have seen in the past. Great stuff, right? Great stuff. But it is stuff I've seen in the past many times. And yes, it is basically uh, transition and the footer that they have. But I I don't know. Eh, So yeah, that's the thing. It's interesting. I do like it. I do like most of the things that they have done as well in the past, and creating other things, talking about other specific elements. This one was really cute. I do like that white on shade option. I feel like this is a very cool addition to some of the newer effects that we are about to see. The only reason, going back to their fucking website, because I can. The only reason it is currently um, appreciated, I would say, is because it is weirdly a human made thing. So there is no way an AI would um, create something like this, right? That's the that's the idea. That's the concept. Like there is no way an AI would say, "Oh yeah, let's build that by default. This is our system. This is how we think this is gonna go," and that makes sense. So it is human. It has a human touch, which is great. But that's the only thing that makes it stand out compared to the other ones right now. But yeah, that's one of them that I kind of saved. This one was kind of fun for Kyoto as well, specifically for the animation of that mouse, because we talked about that last time. Murmur, hi, welcome on in, welcome back. I am tired, but I'm good. um, yes, also 100%. That is true. I could 100% create these animations and these transitions because I know how to create them. What I mean by it's not AI generated, I mean it's not like someone that says, "Give me a portfolio website," and then go have a coffee and come back and then just publish the thing. It's someone that, even if it is like vibe coded, they have taken the time to, um, get through things and say, huh, um, let's change this. Let's add some effect. Let's change the background color. Let's change the transition or the blending mode and so on. So it has more human touch. But yet, nonetheless, this one is mostly for you, Turkey, for the mouse and the thing that you could potentially use. It's a very subtle thing. What, you know, it happens. I have been seeing things like this for a bit. And that I would say is starting to be a very strong pattern um, of these tags being used as navigation items rather than being used as tags. That's wild to me. So each of these are basically linked to a chevron on the right side, usually on the right side, that will imply that when you're going into suggested only, you're going to going to go into a sub-level of menu to select one of these things. So it is some sort of a drop-down menu, but it's a side drop-down menu. Like here, for example, you're going from AI autofill to the safe thing, which is going to do the same. So that is an interesting system, and it is not the first time I'm seeing these badges, tags, things to drop down slash more menu in project. So probably a pattern, not a known pattern just yet, but probably a pattern at times. Um, so yeah, maybe they work for remote. I don't know. I don't know. Do I use the app to organize tasks? Yes, my brain. I don't. I hate Task Manager. I hate to-do lists. I do not work well with any task and to-dos. The only thing that I can do is, and the thing that I've been saying for the longest time, if I forget, it wasn't that important. That's basically what it is, at least for me. Um, if if I forget something that I was supposed to do, it wasn't that important. Like it was going to disappear. Hmm, these are neat. These are neat transitions. I wish I had some of these things. God dang. Uh, uh, for fuck's sake. I feel like I probably still have them. This is pretty cool though. Yeah, this is nice. This is a nice transition. It reminded me of, and I don't know if I will have access to this though. Let me see. You should talk to Chris in chat because Chris has been doing Infinite Canva for the past uh, few apps. Ah, for fuck's sake. I worked on a project a long time ago called PopGIF or PopGIF, where users could create GIFs and GIFs and so on, and your edits are exactly what I built. Like the navigation build that you had right there in that animation is exactly what I made. Um, Almost the same colors, almost the same placements. The main difference is that yours is a desktop app and mine was an iPhone app in 2014. So that's fun. I wish I had access to things, but obviously I don't. Got the. Uh, I lost access to so many of my past agency project, which makes sense. You know, I wasn't supposed to get that, but goddamn, goddamn. I know I have one of the or one images from there somewhere. It's just like, goddamn. I'll find it again, maybe one day. I doubt it. Um, yeah, can't find it. Well, fine. Fine. Yeah, you did the same thing. Chris did the exact same thing. That's crazy. Uh-huh. That's wild. That isn't as good as you thought it was. But that's fun. That is a fun concept. Um, this is basically the same thing. You have an infinite Canva and you have the preview on here. So you don't have the drag on here, but you do have the same minimap situation. Nice. Uh, yeah. So yeah, I don't use Notes app, to-do list, whatever. Um, and the reason is I I don't complete them. If I were to show you something that I have, the only to-do list that I have is uh that's not gonna be good. Is this. So I have I have this notes in my notes app for Can specifically with things to do. And in there I uh I have an ID. I add it to the list of things to do. And then um for some reason I never go back to this. The last edit to this thing is from December 2024. And yeah, none of the thing that I had in the to do at the top have been done. However, I have added 6 or 7 other apps, not apps, but like features to Can directly that just makes more sense. So yeah, I just don't use any note-taking sections because it makes no sense to me. Makes no sense. Uh, Also, Dota. Hi, welcome in. And Teki, if you wanted to have something like an interactive cursor on your website, that could be really interesting, but also it is a pattern from or since Figma has done the same thing. It's it's debatable, but why not? Why not? Going back to what we said last time, videos of logo presentation, logo reveal things are currently the trendy thing. So it's interesting. I don't really understand this one. Nothing makes sense in this one. I mean, other than the colors, right? So you have firstly a circle that has a pink and orange hue, which makes sense. That transform into a square that then goes into a different scale of lenses, and then from there it turns into a multiple point grid with a logo that looks like this, which I don't know what that represents, but that probably represents something. And then once that is accepted, you get back to the circle that we had in the center, which is now revealing the eye of a logo, and it just has the pink and orange. And nothing makes sense. Like, this is the only reference in the beginning. There is no layers. There is no multiple concentric circles. There is no multiple dots. There is no arrow-ish thing. And in the end, nothing from what we've seen is in there. And I really don't understand the the reasoning behind this, or behind the first frames, compared to what we looked at last Wednesday. But yeah, it's just weird. I don't get it. Um, I didn't get it, but I just wanted to like the thing because it's useful. It's useful to see. Going back to what we said on Wednesday, there was an ID for potentially creating, and I gave you that ID, a wardrobe app to help users build their own wardrobes and their outfits for the day based on their collections and their uh, wardrobes, specifically what they have in there. This is a very interesting thing to have, where basically they would use exactly what I have as well for extracting the bottles in the app, but you would do that on closes. Um, so you have the thing, you get the output, you get the outfits, and then with or using Nano Banana from Gemini Nano Banana things, you would generate an outfit that fits pictures of you, and then you show that in the morning. I feel like this is really good, but that tray of neglected clothes could be an amazing thing in that app. Um, just to, play with things. So yeah, that's a very cool idea. But just, it's fun. It's fun. Yes, I think you're right. I think you're right. This one is interesting. So Michelle is, we talked about it last time. They are building a different app. They have a very cool icon and they are doing a very cool design language for most of the things. Specifically the bottom section, they have like multiple decks of cards, which I don't really understand. Um, but yeah, it's a very interesting concept. It looks like the mail app with cards, and then they have added AI generated 3D rendering of things. And I really don't understand anything from what they are showcasing. Like any of the screenshots that they have is making no sense. Like you have a deck um, with a card, and it has something, and this is the carnivore diet, and then you go on the next thing, and it has like dry sauna, NMN, and methylene blue, and none of these things make any sense to me. As in, dry sauna is something that is specific for health related stuff. NMN is really good for brain functionalities, and methylene blue is something that we use for genes and coloring for clothing. So they have no fucking relationships in the cards, and this one is diet related, which has, again, no relationship with the rest. So I really don't understand what they are trying to be. um, and it's just it yeah. I'm just I don't fucking understand what they are building, and they've been talking about it for a long time, and I still don't get it. So just that. But are you saying that you should make a chess gambit? Started making one, and if someone else made a free one, it'd be awesome. I don't know what a chess gambit trainer would be, and I wouldn't be able to do that because I'm not a chess player. If that makes sense to you, um, or I would have a hard time. So Yeah. The pen and paper strike again, the thing that I'm seeing as well is knowing Michel here, there is a high probability for them to have worked on paper first. But based on what they have from here to here and from here to here, I have a feeling that this is probably uh, post creation, just because it is such an exactly the same thing that I don't know. Again, if I go back to if I find it, I don't know if I still have it. If I go back to my first, if I go back to my first uh, wireframe, right? Brace yourself, brace yourself. That was my first wireframe for the perfume app. So, you know, very, very complex and specific and detailed and so on. And then I moved on from that and I did this, which same thing, extremely specific and detailed, and it helps a ton on understanding the um, then stuff. And then the only real wireframe I did for the app was this one, where I basically wanted the cards to exist, and then I built the cards, and now I have that in in the app. The next page is just weird ass thing that I had when I was talking with my sister for potential other things, but it didn't really make it into the app. And then I think I turned the page and then I made something that just doesn't really work. But yeah, like these are wireframes. These are the type of thing that I would be expecting in my own case study, because that is the real research thing. Whereas here, I don't know any designer that takes a full page to draw one single screen ID in the center. I have never seen that in my life. I have never done that in my life, and that feels weird. So, yeah. And my handwriting is okay. I think on my secondary, you would be low. This one has more handwriting for you. Yes, you can link here if you want. 100%. So I don't think. Eh, these are mostly personal stuff that might not necessarily be stuff that makes sense for you. Um, that's wild. I guess no. Let me go a bit further than this. Right about here. Here might make sense to you. I mean, not make sense to you, but like might help you understand handwriting stuff. That's a bit of a different situation, different handwriting, different system. So it's simple. It works. The uh, the thing that is good though, this is some of my first handwriting in Japanese. And then when you go into a bit further in my thinking and my behavior and so on, I'm ending up on stuff that just make a bit more sense, but also, different and so on. Um, Sorry, I'm seeing things that you can't see. You don't have the right to see them. That's more of my regular handwriting. This is not good, which is mostly what I do. It's kind of tiny and so on. But I would say, though, um, I don't write. The only reason why I use pen and paper is because that is way better for learning kanjis and writing systems compared to anything else. Because you end up with something that just is more memory tied. But yeah, this one was kind of. I still haven't wrote Japanese in a while though. So yeah, that happens. That happens. Let me go back in the chat for a split second. You said not being a chess player didn't stop you. Yeah, I. What I would give you as an external person to this is that creating. You know what? That's pretty cool. That's why I'm done. I do like this. I feel like this is a very, very useful thing. Except that this is annoying, but like, this is a very useful behavior. Um, like, in the sense that you can do what you want to do and so on. Like, it's just, it makes sense. It could work, you know, that type of thing. Huh. Yeah, I don't fucking know how to play chess. But the fact that I have where I can land and what I can do with things is a very, I would say, useful thing. At least to me, it is. You know, to just kind of play and experiment stuff. So yeah, that's nice. It depends. What are your questions about it? And Tickle, no, I'm not into coffee at all. I tried, and I am not. I am into energy drinks, but right now I can't. So I'm into water, which is kind of sad. But yeah, what do you mean? But very is a disallowed term. What the fuck? Sorry, that was an auto mode mod thing. Um, the only thing about coffee that I know and like and can talk about is trade coffee, just because. So trade is one of these YouTube partner sponsor that you've seen probably on other YouTubers and so on. They are providing like a ton of really good things, and the only reason why I know about it and why I like them a lot is because of their fucking design. They have some of the best branding per coffee bags, and they are selecting the ones that just stand out so much. And I love everything they have. So obviously these are not like their coffees. These are just their partnered coffee thing that they use and buy and so on. But if you are looking for inspiration for branding in some situations, in different environment and so on, just look at these. They are so good. There is not a single one of these bags of coffee beans that are bad design, or at least not that I've seen. And so, you know, um, could highly recommend just to take a look. Which, by the way, this is the design style that I wanted to have um, in the perfume app, like the type of illustration for the flowers, for the scent, for the whatever in the backgrounds. And then I remember that if I wanted to achieve this, I needed to do the illustration myself. And I don't have the brain power right now to do that. That will come later. That will come later. Um, and I think that's good. I would just want to know, um, like, oh, that's new. That's weird. Sorry. That I get it. But NF6 is kind of weird. Um, for someone that doesn't know, right? But if if it makes sense to someone that plays chess, then that's good. Uh, because otherwise you don't necessarily like make things that make sense. So yeah, that's wild though. So yeah. Cons, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Thanks a lot for the raid again. From last time, appreciate it. So yeah, no, I do think that this is pretty good. I would say that you have a lot of space, and you could have your hints related to um, the board in a different place. You could also have the things hint in a different matters. Like DXC6 is potentially good for some people, but it's also like not necessarily uh, making sense, you know, for people that are outside. And then your thing is pretty good. I think it gives like good overall feedback, but I would have something that is a bit more progressive disclosure situation. So what I mean by that is maybe the hits can be um God, is that broken? What happened? That is wild though. But yeah, no, that's much better. Okay, cool. So that makes a lot more sense for me to just understand. Um, and then, you know, Um, that is wild though. Yeah. Eh, you know. So I don't know. I think design wise, in terms of hints, that's pretty good. Design wise, you might need to have something that is more like more subtle or combined or something else to just help the user understand things. But um, yeah, I don't like this though. That's the thing that I would say. I don't really like the fact that if I'm here, I know that technically I'm supposed to do this, and I'm not allowed to not like cover my bases, and you know, like I can't do this, even though I could. Um, I can't I can do this to block the path, but I there is too much potential limitations that might not exactly be good. But then again, I have no understanding of chess, nor do I have any like meaningful understanding of what could be uh, good. So it's just, yeah, it's just a debatable position where, uh, you know, I don't know. That is the situation. I do not know. Um, yeah. So yeah. Um, Let me go back to the chat because I missed like 20 messages. I was thinking of sending, for the sake of why not, sending the first project I did on UI UX. Yeah, I mean, if you want to send that, yes, for sure, for sure. Uh, I mean, if you want to send whatever, that's fine by me. That is fine by me. Um, and Ponce, you said that you changed to Framer last year. Do you need some help with Framer? Do you like it? They just announced good things, so that's good. That's a good move from your end. Um, I think overall it's pretty good. Tickle, not Tickle, Dora. I think it's pretty good, but um, is the new game black? No. I Yeah, I guess what I would potentially do is an autoplay so that I can see things happen. But yeah. Ah, I never tried Weebly. I did try Squarespace, obviously, because it's just spammed so much that I mean you technically already have some sort of an autoplay, right? Because if I do this, it's then going to do what it's supposed to do, But then what I would love here is that it does the move on its own. Because right now, it's not necessarily doing the moves that I want it to do, or at least not immediately. So, you know, it's just, it's different. uh, Dang. Dang. Yeah. Do you have a link, Pons, on the portfolio? I would love to see that. Would love to see that. Um, Also, Techie, what do you mean by close tab to the right? Do you mean here you want to close the tab that is at the right of the current one? As in, if I'm here, I'm closing this one? Is that what you're saying? I'm unsure. I am unsure. Um, yep, that's probably what happened. You made a coffee app. I made a coffee app in the past. I did that. Yeah, that's pretty cool though. Um, I would say based on you or based on what you said, right? Um, the fact that you are looking for something that just makes sense, it could work. But that is free, you know. But yeah, I mean, chess is such a common game that people are just playing all the time that it kind of makes sense that there is something that exists, you know. I think this is cool. I think you can make it work and have some porn ad on the side to make some money, you know, like the usual. Some hot single in your area situation, maybe that could be fun. Uh, they're the one that pay the most. So, eh. Yeah, but you know, some some ads in the background at like 1% opacity in a 2 by 2 pixel block that no one sees, but still makes you some money because there is some views counting. I would say, you know, why not? You provide a space that advertiser can pay or pay for, and then you know. Ooh, that is neat. That is not neat. You use the you use that, which is really cool. I don't know if that's on purpose. I'm guessing this is probably based on the fact that you probably have that as a mobile first situation, um, right? Like, is that the the thing that I'm supposed to see? I mean, technically it can't be because that's the that's the situation. But yeah, I think I know what should happen. Let me see if I'm right. Uh, that's not good. Yeah. So, what do you want to achieve? It's gonna be my question on this one because uh, you may be looking for something. Also, we need to continue on this one. Let me just check EJ um, on this to. Oh, that's cute. To check. Sorry, keep these ones and these ones as well. God damn. Um, where's VJ? Is it VJ? No. Huh? That's not the one. Right there. Right about here. He's made a very cool website earlier that we talked about. Like this one is pretty cool. Oh, that's the fucking code. That's not the thing that I'm looking for. Uh-huh. But he's made this, which is a very nice Figma plugin website. So there. And so you have something that is similar to, I think, what you are looking for. The main difference, I would say, is that it just sends you to Figma page and not necessarily, what you're looking for and so on. There is like a randomized, um, based on where your cursor is coming from, the the elements is moving a different way and so on, right? All of that makes a bit of sense. It's a very simple website and it works. I feel like it could work for what you're trying to achieve in the jacket situation. However, you could also go to Framer University, which I would highly recommend you to check out if you haven't already. Same thing, right? You probably already know them if you are looking for tutorials anyways. Framer University is going to be really good. They have a ton of YouTube video about the content, but they also have the resource section, which I would highly recommend you to just check out because all of these things that have exactly, uh, you know, God, let me. Huh? God damn it. That is supposed to have like a rotation thing, and right now it doesn't work. But you would have the ability to get things to, you know, just play with stuff and see these elements, and so you can 100% explore, extract, and reuse some of these components as components. So there is like a lot of explanation, and you can just copy the component, drop that in your Framer file, have the effect, have the thing, and just if that's the thing that you are looking for, if that's the thing that you are looking for, you can just copy and paste these elements. So that's something that could be useful for you. I do highly recommend all the time. Framer University because it's pretty good overall. There is, however, something that I don't like about it. Um, the main thing that I hate, not really hate, but like don't like, is the fact that sometimes some of the things that he is creating are rip-off of other designers' work. And it's basically like, oh, something is popping off on Twitter. Let me recreate it inside of Framer. And then, you know, and then done. So for example, here the folder photo animation is something that Ilya has done on his, like, this is basically like what Ilya has done in his profile, and so that is now done inside of Framer by that guy, which I forgot the name every time, but it is a thing that is potentially useful. So, anyways, other than that, why did I fucking I got it. Ah, my bad. That's better. Um, the things are interesting. I feel like the transitions are interesting. You may want a lot more effects. I feel like here you wanted to have the disc to crop, right? The background and things. Piccolo, hi, welcome back. It's been 10 times. Congrats on the confetti as well. I just saw that. How have you been? How's your day going? How's everything going? Uh, so, yeah, if you're looking for like CSS related stuff, well, not CSS related stuff, but like, um, this is a mask situation where you should have the video in there. Um, Adding the background music from the game would be pretty interesting. I don't know exactly how Framer would handle that, or if Framer wouldn't handle that well or not well, but that's an interesting thing. Um, what I would highly recommend you to do instead of this, you know, um, is uh, potentially that's a debatable thing. Let's see if it works now. I doubt it. Still no content. Fuck off. Um, and we have it on Xcode is going to be much faster if I just do that. Where's Xcode? Where is Xcode? Right there. God damn. So, uh, are you listening to music from the game on the website? I doubt it. Uh, as I said earlier, I think it would be interesting if you had something for the jacket itself to expand in a way that makes more sense by just having the information in the slot itself rather than somewhere else. So right now you're currently having your jacket like this. Basically, that's your jacket in the center of the screen. When you click on it, you go into another page. What I would recommend you to do is something potentially similar to this, where you have on click, you would not navigate, but basically translate the view to showcase content that is more important to that jacket specifically. So right now I'm moving it to the bottom right. I think you should move it to the top left. Sorry, bottom left. And you should move it to the top left. Then have your information and details and stuff written underneath. that could be something that is really, really simple in a way to make it work. And so for you, in terms of how it's built um, inside of Framer, it's a bit different, but it's kind of the same idea. You have your frame container, right? Which would be where your content is going to be. And so this is way too big for what it is. Like this is 1,000 by 1,000, but it doesn't really matter. Like right now for the example that I'm giving you, I'm going to do like a 420 by 420. You create that component as a single component, and in said component, you put your jacket for the game in question in the center of it. Uh, and it can still have that lift effect, which I think is really good. So this is something that would be on hover, basically. It goes from this to lifted. I'm going to just make it bigger just for the sake of. And then on click, you just make it move to where it's supposed to be. So it's going to be further down, and then maybe here, and maybe you give it like a bit of smidge of a rotation for the sake of having something. Let me just make that black so it makes sense and you see exactly what will happen. And so here, if I go on prototype and I go from here to here, and I say that this is like a while hovering. So on Framer, it's the first instance underneath. That's really simple. Then from here, I'm moving there. So that's on click, it smart limits to this one. And then if I click back, it's going back to this. So that will give me a very simple, a very simple uh, transition. That means that on hover of this, it's going to zoom in, which is your current lift on the side, which is pretty cool. And then on click, it's just going to move there and then display the content and so on. So the only thing that you want to have after that is make sure that your content here has the information. So I'm just going to use rectangles because it makes sense. But let's say you have your title and your subtitle, and then you have the text and the description, the thing that you have, defined underneath. So that's your description thing. So slow. So right, you have your hover, you click, then you have your content. The only thing that needs to happen is making sure that the text is coming in from the right side and so on. But that's basically what you need inside of Framer to ensure that you have all of your options. So on click on the hover state, you end up on the end state that, is somewhere around here. So once you're there, you're good, you have your content, it just retracts. Like that's something that you can do really, really easily to get the information a bit better. That's option number one, which is like inside of the exact same container. So, it's in there. The other thing that you can use on this is an expansion on the side. So same concept, but instead of having things grow and retract and so on, if I click on this, it's just going to expand on the right to display the text and the images and the thing that you have inside of this table situation there rather than having it outside. So that could be a thing. Um, so yeah, maybe. Um, but it is like simple again. If I'm going back to Framework University, because that's the thing, and I go in resources and browse all, in there is so many. I wish there was like a fucking, search for books. You probably have something that is similar to this at that instant. Like that's probably the base you have. And there is a lot of other potential options where you could have something that works on scroll and not on hover, um, where it expands to where it needs to be. Or you could go to something that is similar to the Airbnb section. So it has the harvest state with very tiny details of activities. With an on click, it could expand the card itself and so on. It doesn't really matter what you want to pick, but something like this could work as well. So you have like all of your jackets, and then the one that you click on and the one that you're hovering on adds the content underneath and so on. So that it's just potential. Again, I know that earlier you said that you don't want something that is too noisy, too big, too much content and so on. So I get it, but I feel like there is like so many options for you to just play with and end up with something that is interesting for the game that you're trying to, uh, you know, display and showcase. Like it's very specifically for games. It's very simple to get things specifically in Framer to work, and you know, it might be exactly what you need. So again, Framer University is going to be pretty good, but you have so many options, and the um, the thing that you need to understand in how Framer work and how Figma work, because it's basically the same thing, is you need to think of your elements as keyframes if you are knowledgeable in animation in your transition. So if you know that you want your element to grow, its end state is a keyframe. And then you know that you want your elements to move out of the way and be smaller and a bit of an angle. That's another keyframe. These these text layers are also on keyframes. So basically all of these should probably, in terms of where they are, should be somewhere around here, but they should be outside of the view so that when we slide them in, it makes more sense for anyone. So if I'm there and I click on things, I have the text that goes in a way that makes sense, right? That's the best concept, best option thing that you can do, just because it's just it makes sense. So you just ensure that you have all of the pieces that you need or would need to have in all of your states, so that when you're transitioning, it just it feels smooth, it feels natural, and things make sense. That's the keyframe thing that you need to have in your head when you're building animation in Framer. It's not that complex. Most of the time, you don't have a 3-step thing. You just have to. It's just like, yeah, well, when I'm clicking, it goes there, or when I'm hovering, it goes there, and that's it. And you don't have like a third step. So that's the thing to keep in mind. Other than that, your system, I feel like, or I fear that you're trying to build something in a technology that you don't know, um, which makes sense, right? But you're trying to build something, and I feel like you are forcing yourself into trying to make something work for how you know how to build game. Like game designer is something that is for you. You're building things for games. There might be somewhere something that makes more sense to you to build like a game and create a website out of it, which is not necessarily Framer. And that might be Rive, even though not necessarily the good best option. It's mostly used for like animations in general, but like you can create full website as well. Just because it is something that is mostly related to animation in general, you have like a state machines and other things that are proper to game designers. Uh, but it might be a better option for you to just go through things like this and create like a website as if you were creating a game or designing a game, rather than trying to build your mental model and your understanding of how things should be done in Framer without really grasping how things are. So Rive is really interesting. I hate it because I don't have the mental model to go and play with the fucking state machine. But if you're a game dev or game designer specifically, you should be good. I mean, you should be good. It's an option. Um, but yeah, that's a thing that I could potentially recommend you to do because um, yeah, I'm not saying that you should create something that is as complex as this. I'm saying you have skills, I hope. I mean, I'm sure of it, in specific tools that already exist that are um, like where you feel at home and where it is easier for you to keep it simple. Because the easiest, if you are a game dev, the easiest thing for uh, devs is this. You send this to the recruiters and they see, okay, that person has been very active on their Git, they have done a lot of things, they have a ton of projects, and so on. If you make your homepage of GitHub a README that makes sense, then you know, it works. If you're looking for something that is simple and you just want simple, um, it is. It is a very active past year for sure. The framework templates, I'm gonna go back there because that's a different thing. But the template related to uh, the websites, you can 100% go in there, find something that just, makes sense to you, as in you're looking for portfolio. Portfolio is the usual thing that people
NG
are looking
Tantai
for.
1001 is now
But
following.
Tentai, hi. Well, Colin, how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Brain, where you at? Right there. God damn, that was hard. Maybe you're looking for something that is extremely simple and you are making way too much or uh, pushing yourself way too much into something that is not exactly what you need. Maybe that is what you need. Um, like, Cadet, welcome back. Uh, yes and no. It depends. It's a wild question. Um, like, yes. HTML, if you are looking for the web stuff, is kind of the best for UI. However, you will need some sort of
Cadet is
interaction
dead is now
things.
following.
So I mean, if you build the thing in HTML in the first place, you will have something that works at the end, so that's really good. If you are just looking for building UI for the sake of building UI without really having something that works, Figma is the best option. And if you are someone that is into a different ecosystem like me, you would create something directly inside of Swift UI because it makes more sense. Um, but yeah, best is always relative to what you need is absolutely true. Thank you, Stony, for this one. I like it. I like that statement. It's just yeah, I'm more comfortable in Swift UI for stuff than in HTML right now. So I would go for Swift UI, but if that's not you, then eh, eh. Um, but yeah, no, Pons, that's the option. I would highly recommend you to just take a look at Framer's uh, templates, because if you are looking for a website that is just working and that just does the job, and you want minimal and you want something that is actively like there, these ones are going to be the best options, mainly because not most of them, but if you just price them to free, I should have added that to the fucking URL. Um, you end up with stuff that you click on it, you just try it inside of Framer, and then if it works for you, it works for you. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. It was free in the first place. We don't really give a shit about it. Some of them are going to be more fun than others, and remember as well, again, still, a lot of these things are good looking because of the visuals that have been added to said things. So this one, for example, is probably going to attract you because you need the space to, yeah, that's the thing. Uh, you, you're going to get attracted to it because it looks cool, but maybe if you don't have that visuals, then it might not work. What do you mean weird? It's a counter. It's a counter. When I say it, it counts up. I have other words that works the same way. Um, but yeah, like maybe that's exactly what you need. Maybe not. Maybe that's too complex already compared to what you have in your head for simple is better, which makes sense. But yeah, like just look at them, find one that works for you. I would say there is like plenty of them that have the options of being simple and matching with potentially jacket description things. Um, so yeah, like that's going to be the best potential options. You have the jacket here, you have the information there, and so on. If I go back to um, that is a very interesting question. I don't use pixels. I try to use percentage as much as I can, or points if that's an option. But yeah, um, the the latest one that I've seen, and this is going to be a bit of a different route. Instead of going into template, let me see if I have that in at a glance. No, because I'm a dumbass apparently. Um, I know that we have a section that is called minimal right there. And in the minimal template in free, there is one that I have in my head, which I know exists, which is going back to what we used to have in LinkedIn alternative website that kind of died since then, but I forgot the name. So right now it's not there, but it's there. Um, which is a very, very, very simple single line of content, and it's not even content to be enough honest enough. God damn it! It's just one block of text, and then you're good. These are not minimalistic website. God damn, who wrote that? I will not find it. I'm gonna say that right now. But it's basically the same thing as this, right? You open this, you have your information and the things. So what you do, who you are, and so on, what you've worked on, and then shit like this. That's the most minimal options. That's the one that I kind of was looking for. It's very text based, and it could work. The eh, the thing that I could recommend you to do is if your goal is to get hired and you're um, you are in game design and that's your thing, and you're looking for hiring people that are interested in your portfolio and so on, um, it's interesting for you to go into a hiring manager person on LinkedIn, for example, and ask them, I know you're working for this. I'm trying to build a portfolio that would work for a company like yours. Can you give me pointers? I've worked on this, this, and that. I know that these are like big titles, which is the case for you. You have like pretty big titles in, or at least on the list that you have on the website right now. And that alone could be enough to just say that hiring manager could just see your current stack, um, and say, "Oh, you've worked on these things. Damn, let me hire you." Or, "Damn, I don't think you need anything else." Or, "Damn, let me give you some pointers to make sure that that portfolio looks better." Right? So it depends on the person that you are contacting and what you want from them. But if you go to them directly from the angle of, I'm currently rebuilding my portfolio, I'm trying to get like a position in a company like yours. I would love to have some pointers into what you are looking for in the candidates on their resume, their portfolio, their things. You would be surprised how many people are willing to help if you come to them as an external point of view and not as I'm trying to apply to your company. No, I'm trying to build my portfolio. So that's for me. And I seen your profile and I'm expecting you to be knowledgeable on the thing that would make me get hired elsewhere. What do you want to see on a resume? What do you want to see on a portfolio? And so you said you looked at this briefly. Um, Going back to what I say every time, my agency website is giving you as a potential client of mine everything you need to know right there. Like you load the website, you have what I do, you can chat, past work. If you stopped like just scrolling up, you have the ability to do whatever the fuck you want. If you scroll a bit, you have a bit more information and you have a bit more, um, you know, um, things. If you want like details on a project and so on, that's an option. That is a work related project or work related website where I am here to get clients to contact me to then work together and then output some things for them. The content of these things is really bad. We don't have like a lot of things in there, but we'll still have content that would be interesting-ish, right? If I go into um, my personal website, which is like portfolio technically, you get something that is more my vibe, which is more with my design type of thing, with some effect and so on. And then underneath that, you have other things. Walk on it. You have other things that contains video from YouTube and other product details, stuff, portfolio, case study-ish, kind of. Well, like that's the base ID. You get the information. Um, but that's like a portfolio that I don't like. It's it's okay, but it's not great. It needs rework because it's old by now. It's been like 2 years, 3 years since I touched this. So it needs to be reworked. And then if you go on to something else, again, I'm gonna share myself. Um, if you go here, you have something that is for an app specifically, and therefore it's as simple as it needs to be, so that you have the information, same thing as always. You arrive on the first homepage and you know what it is, how it looks, and you can do whatever the fuck you want from there. Um, And if you are someone that learns on Android, you click on the Android. If you are someone that learns on iOS, you click on iOS, and then you're done. It's that easy. Then you have some more information, which is essentially not exactly what you're looking for, but the website itself is really annoying and boring and not that good, but it's there. So that's the recommendations. That's the thing that I would highly give you as do that first. Um, Make something that feels like you, which is the case, right? Again, you have something that feels like you here. Um, the only thing that you need to make is ensure that your table of game is always visible, always good in any like shapes, that your links and AltStation, uh, LinkedIn, and so on is always available, that that bottle is never on top. And then if that was just me, I would say this might be enough to showcase your skills and your content and your stuff. If you have like more data, more information on your AltStation to help a recruiter understand, oh, that's a person that does 3D modeling, better character creations, and so on. I could hire them for that. Like these are the type of thing that some people might be able to think about, and you know, it's sometimes that's the easiest thing. Again, going back to what I said about GitHub, sometimes GitHub is the easiest option, specifically for devs. But you're looking for something, and from that realm of game designer, the hiring people know about AltStation. They know what it does, what it is, and how it's used. So if you have enough content there, that might be enough. If you go back in time when I started designing, my first things were to send my Dribble account. I didn't have a portfolio, but I had some content in there so that people could take a look and just be like, okay, so that I understand that that person is doing UI related work, and therefore I might be able to hire them. And then it started to be a bit fucked when I started to do icons, but it happens. But that's the type of thing, right? You can 100% go into things and just say, this is where my content is. So if my content is on Dribble, or on ArtStation, or on Behance, or on something else, that might be enough. And you don't need like a fully fleshed out Framer website to advertise yourself. Like that might be enough. One of the things that I wanted to bounce on from what you said earlier, I would highly recommend you to add back the titles of games that people have no or never heard of in there, because there is like a bit of a duality of these things, right? I'm seeing uh, like God of War in there. My brain immediately is like, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way if that person was had worked on God of War, they wouldn't be like looking for a job. Like there's no way. So if you have, I would have something that is a bit more specific on your task per games. So the library, if the library of games that you've worked on is bigger, and there are things here and there is potential for my brain to say, okay, cool. So they are like a 3D modeling artist that have worked on some of the things of God of War. Rather than here, if you are showing them to me like this, I'm like, these are too big of a game to be there. Um, so, you know, um, I think the website is your resume. I mean, anything you're sharing is your resume, and anything you're sharing is supposed to have as much content as possible. The fact that it's 2 page long is a bit too much, but fine. Um, the gallery of games that we looked at earlier from Framer University, um, you know, that was good. Right about there, right? If you have more, having this is such a good idea, um, because you can have all the games. The people that recognize them are gonna, uh, go fast and so on. But specifically because you can have like way more than this. That one is kind of glitchy right there. I don't like this. um, but yeah, like that's something that you can do. It's really easy, and I think you would benefit from a regular website with this at the top. Like going back to what I said earlier about this one, I think if you had your name, what you do, and then the stack of all the games you worked on, with maybe the best five, the biggest names that people know in the center, so that it's center to the view and so on. Um, that could be a very interesting thing. And then underneath you have the information. And if, and that's a bit of a different thing, but if you wanted to, you could just then on the work that we are proud of situations, so work that you've been working on and you like to share, these 4 games, you could have them there as like a grid of 4, and they might have already all the information that you need to have. My thing, and that's a bit of a personal thing as a hiring person, someone that hires designers, if I need to click on something to go to another page, and then on that other page the content is a bit hidden but not necessarily hidden but so on, I may not. I may just want to scroll on the homepage, and if and only if there is a project in there that speaks to me, I will click on it. Otherwise, I will never. So if I go into um, Lampa, because that's our regular thing, and let's go into portfolio, right around there. Let's say that's the thing. Let's say that's one of the project thing. If I'm here, I can't really click on these things, but I see what they have done, and then I see what they have done, and I have a very good idea of what they are capable of. And from there, I can say, well, yeah, I might hire them. That's a probability because of everything I've seen. Whereas if they had this, and then a thing that sent me to a page that then gives me the information that I see here, for example, I clicked on the first one, and then I might never scroll past them because the first one is not good enough or not exactly matching with what I'm looking for and so on. So one pages are very powerful, and I can recommend it. I do recognize again that it is not, and it will never be, the easiest thing to do when you're working for yourself, when you're working for your own portfolio, when you're working for your own projects, your own things. It is harder because you have so much more knowledge than what you are expecting the people to have. So there are stuff in your head that you're like, yeah, that's a common behavior, things to know, but no one knows about it. Like it's just you. So um, that's that's the thing. So I would give or provide more information uh, on this page. I do like the, as we said before, I do like the organicness and the more human touch with the thing that you have created in the backgrounds and so on. Like that makes a lot of sense, but it is still missing things. Like there is a missing back button at least. I would probably have these pages as models if that's an option for you, like to have the content as models. Um, Pop over makes more sense, but yeah, um, if that makes sense. And Techie, my brain is back to this. Yes, I have seen Playdate UI for sure, for sure. Um, it's been a while though. Playdate has been available for a long time. So yeah, I don't know. There's something that is bothering me as a hiring person, but also I'm not hiring for game designers. So take my words for what it is. I don't have the reference and skills for hiring someone like you. I do have reference and skills for hiring designers. So I'm expecting things that are mostly designer based, right? Uh, then game designer based, which I know is similar, but it's not exactly the same. So it depends. As you said, if it works, if it stopped working for you, then you could. But right there, in terms of what you need to do in Framer, this background kind of needs to fill the view. So you need it to be a fit 100% in height and an auto in the output. I would say the background of the jackets might be something that is made in Framer on top of the background itself. And yeah, also yes. And then this thing needs to be uh, static, uh, fixed. God damn, me and my brain uh, in the position. So that's tiny. If I go into if I go to this, that's gonna be fine. What you kind of need is uh, in your 4 elements thing, there is a need in the background itself, in the navigation or something, to have like your overall image to fill the whole background. Um, so that's the thing. Um, that could help, you know, to just reorganize the content and make sure that the background is a full background that takes everything. Um, the example that I have in my head is H. Well, the end. It's Gary right there. This website is kind of similar to an extent, where you have like a view that is having some sort of a grid paper in the background. You have an article, you have some coffee stains, you have some images that are all around the place, and things with tape and so on, which brings the personality to the website itself. But the background itself is on the full width. So if you have the ability to get that image as a background image, that would help for sure. Um, like for sure. And here, it's just a matter of having the fill, the background fill here, to not be this, but to be an image instead. And so if I were to, that's not the ID, but it will work. If I'm just doing this, right, and this image is really bad and not exactly what we're looking for. Um, but it would, you know, it would do its job. Like right now, this is really bad. that's the that's the concept. You can have your background and your the content on the website in no time. Right now, it's because it is stretched up, but at least if the user has like a bigger screen and so on, you would still have the content. So that change for the field to get the image as the background itself will help you a lot. And the option that I gave you um, with the opening, right? This thing is an option, but that would imply that you have some sort of uh, not transparent background, but like a transparent background. So this is going to be at 0%. And then on hover or on open, the background is going to pop in. And personally, I would have, a bit of radius, whatever. And these should be like a component, meaning that you could have, um, can I create a component set from there? I've forgotten. And does it still have prototype? Yes. So for me, you would have something that is basically this. Kinda. It's not going to work exactly as I want it to work because of um, things, but right, you have your card and so on, and then you have something, you get your card, and that could be an option. There is still a need for the index when it's opened, but yeah, that should be fine. Like I feel like this is a potential option for you to get the content and the information and everything. But to be checked. Um, to be checked. But yeah, that's an option. Option concept. 5 seconds. Um, it you just need this to be like a Z index to be above the content for sure. And inside of this, there is something that is missing right now, which is more important on your side, which is the video presentation of some of the thing that you have done. So this needs to be like at the top for sure. Because, it's some of the important stuff. But if you have said things um, in, God damn it, I forgot about that. Right there. If you have the space for the video, that would make a lot more sense. And you should overall get enough content. The thing is, the mobile version is going to be annoying. A smidge. Um, well, it should be okay. You should be fine. It's not that complex, specifically on mobile. But if you have this thing being like a scrollable element and people can just, scroll through, that makes sense. That works. You have the information, you have the content. I think that's the best option. Not really a best option, but yeah. And then if available, and I don't know if that's the case, if available, I like this. I feel like this is fun, and it's nice to have that effect with the character and then the background itself. I would kind of do the same thing, but with my background being um, the whole width of the view and then the character bigger. So instead of being fixed to what you have right now, which is your central column, I would have it like just span across so that, you know, It's just outside. So that's like a more complex things to do because you would need to have your character as a box, not above, but like already outside of the container, which is your case. So yeah, it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of the same thing. It's mostly this content underneath would need to have a max width, and this one doesn't. This one would have full width, and you should be good. Potentially, potentially. Um, but yeah, anything specific you wanted to ask on this? I feel like there is so much that can be done and so much that can be adapted and changed and so on. Um, but, you know, yeah, then good. Then good. Just looking at stuff. I'm here to help. So yeah, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Too cool. What's the coffee app things about? Yeah. So that's the thing. If you're not struggling, you're good and you don't need to change stuff. That's really nice. Um, you know, makes sense. Uh, that's wild. This is wild. I see some alignment issues, but overall, yeah. Um, you're welcome. Yeah, I've seen this. Uh, I forgot who did that. There is someone that just built an app called Barista or something for people that have like a good coffee machine at home and they just make coffee at home. And what they did is that you could through the home app, their home, uh, request a coffee. So like their wife could ask for a coffee, they could ask a coffee to their wife. Children could ask coffee as well. If they have guests, they could ask for coffee on the way and so on. I do remember this. I forgot exactly who did that. I think the app is called Barista, um, but I forgot. I like the design of it. Um, I think that one is breaking it going on top of the app design thing, which means that for me, obviously, I would have this as a blurring background situation so that it just gives you that glass effect that blurs the app so that it doesn't look like it's part of the app itself. It's really representative of the same thing that we have right here, like that thing for mailed, that that thing comes on top and kind of blurs the logo a tad. I feel like this is a pretty good option overall. But yeah, potential, potential. Um, the rest is pretty nice. I don't like this. That's a me thing. But like the space that you have here and the space that you have here is almost the same. And the space that you have here is like triple the amount. So that's not working for my brain, and then your corner radius are not the same in the images and the cards. So I would have that, you know, condensed with all the same, or at least something that makes sense. That makes more sense. The rest is pretty good. The logo is interesting, and this is an interesting color palette definition. It's also harder to get like the color on top of the color, like the same color on the background and foreground. So that's harder. And then that's a bit tight, but at least you have the same amount of padding and spacing around all of your blocks, so that's good. But that's a bit tight, and I feel like, and I've been doing that a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I've been doing that a lot where I card everything. I put blocks around everything just because it needs to have like a container. It needs something so that people understand and so on. That's not the case. You could have two plus signs right there, and that would be enough to structure the entirety of the thing. Like with that, with all of them at the exact same point. Let me see if I can just fake it really quickly. Um, so that's a very bad move from me, but that's fine. Let me see. Can I? Well, but um, you know, that could be enough um, to just structure the content and have everything in like white, even though you can still see the fucking background because at the right there I can't, but get the ID. You get the ID. But yeah, no, overall it's pretty nice. It needs potentially a bit more information because this looks like right now on this fucking page that I haven't looked at the other page. I know. But on here it looks like a Behance presentation, which is good. But it is a Behance presentation. Um, and so you would need like more information about it, more more details potentially to just present it in a way that makes more sense and can help the user seeing this say, "Oh yeah, that's nice." Um, but yeah, the rest of the research, exploration is important as always. Design element, web framing. Um, That's neat. These are cool. These are really cool. Um, so yes, I see that. I know where you're coming from. That spacing block. We used to do that in print a lot, a lot. Um, it's kind of nice. The thing that I had that's cool This, I like that a lot as well. These are really cool for color impaired people, uh, colorblind and so on. But this is pretty cool. That color scheme is really nice as well. The the overall search that you have is pretty nice. The thing that I would say is this is tall. When I'm saying tall, it is too tall. Like this is a 160 pixel in height. The usual head, like bottom tab bar, is going to be roughly 80 points, so half of this. Um, this might be a bit too much for day-to-day application, and it will potentially take way too much screen size if you are on an older, um, like older device that doesn't have that much screen height. So that might might bring and kill some things here and there. This is really cool. I like the font that you've chosen, and the icons are pretty nice. No, that no, not allowed. Um, these are cute. Agreed. Agreed. This shit, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Um, are you decanting the? I have a fat ass headache. That's what happens. I am tired as fuck, and I have a fat ass headache. Other than that, I'm good. Yeah, are you decanting the things and it's just like revealing the logo? I'm guessing that's what you're doing. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I would probably have done it the other way around, but yeah, that's fine. That is fine. Uh, yeah, so best option for you in terms of how to know, right? If you want to know, get yourself one of these. Like get yourself one of the iOS 26, iOS 18, whatever you have, and the same thing for Android if you have access to the Material U or Material U Expressive version. And then from there, you can just go in and take a look at what they have created in terms of the navigations themselves and the size of the bars at the bottom. Um, so if I'm looking at this, for example, the the distance that we have in between, like I'm gonna kill some people, in between here and the bottom itself is 88, and yours is currently at 158. So your top section is going to be round about here, which means that you are cropping all of that from the bottom based on the space. So that's a lot. That is a lot. And sometimes, specifically with the new liquid glass, some of the navigations elements are a bit taller than where they used to be, like just a smidge. So that might be like 90 point, but they still are like kind of smaller than what you have. Um, it's as if you had triple that amount. And so on Android latest version, it's smaller, a tad smaller, and on the previous version, it's about the same size. So you know, you know, I didn't the shit. I didn't know. I just uh, I just opened this and some AI, and it worked. And that's it. And now I'm doing shit that is not exactly what I was expecting to do, but it works, and it is nice. But yeah, I didn't. Yes, it is typical. Yeah, it just happened. I opened it, it worked. Um, yeah, so the thing that I've done is I have, and you have the same skills because I know you have the same skills, so you should probably be able to do that as well. I know how to explain to an AI assistant for a code ID thing how a feature is supposed to work, and you would be able to do the same thing. And then I'm also able to understand the code itself. So when it comes to like basic understanding of how things here, when it comes to the visual part, works, um, this is because I've been designing in code since November last year. Like that's basically what it is. It's been roughly a year, and I've been looking at these types of code all the time. And so now my ability to understand that an H stack, a V stack, a Z stack, um, the definitions of the properties for each of the things, and so on, makes a lot of sense. That whole thing is way easier today than it used to be before. If I go into something that is a bit more complex, like this one that is a Z stack that has uh, transition and scale effect and gesture monitoring and so on, I don't know what I'm looking at. I have no fucking clue. I understand uh, some of the syntax, but I don't understand some of the syntax. Like there is a ton of things in there that I'm just like, maybe. I don't know. Um, but most of it, because it's visual and, and well, visual based, it's way easier for me to just take a look at it and then change stuff there. And once I have this figured it out, I can just then move on to something else. So that is how I kind of learn things. Uh, but again, I wouldn't be able to write a full screen on my own. I still don't have the this section in my head. Like I know it's so easy. It's just a var body sum view curly brackets or curly brace and then the content. But for some fucking reason, it doesn't work in my head. There is something that just doesn't compute. And then the entire thing of the let perfume what it is, that's something that is fine for me. That I kind of understand. When you have a struct, you basically define your selection or your element, construction, component, whatever. Then any let or var inside of said thing are going to be property that could be reused. So if you are building something, you can then get your property allocated properly and so on. So um, in there specifically, you have the link to the specific perfume that is linked there, the image that is coming from the perfume itself as well, and so on. So all of that makes more sense and gives you these properties that are in there, whereas other things that are like direct elements, like text views or text blocks, are going to be just text, and then you have the styling to do inside of said view, if that makes sense to you. But yeah, that's basically it. Just start doing something, and then it makes sense. Um, and then the latest is cursor. I'm not really using anything else or others than cursor. Um, I would say it's one of the most expensive. So if you are looking for something that is not as expensive, uh, maybe not, maybe not cursor, but also the latest that I downloaded is Kiro. I don't like it. It's also Amazon builder, so I don't know if I trust it. Um, Other than that, that's about it. Windsurf is pretty good. Tray is pretty good because it's cheap. And yeah, I think that's about it, to be honest, on these ones. But yeah, Tickle, that's pretty good. Overall, you have a very good system. I think that most of the most of the animation should probably work for what I have in mind, and just this thing is kind of tight, but pretty tight. Like this is not necessary to have all of this definition grid things, but I feel like overall it probably work. And this is really cute. I would make it more coffee colored, but this is really cute. That's the best option, Nishit. That's the best thing you can do. If you have a problem in your life or in your day-to-day activities that is uh, like simple enough that you can potentially fix and you have an ID, that's the best option for you to just start it. The this thing, right, that I'm now building, it's because I'm testing so many perfumes. Case in point, these are testers for perfumes. Um, I don't remember how I feel about it. I don't remember the names. I don't know when I tested something. I don't know what I'm wearing during the day. Most of the time, I don't remember the names. And so now, if someone is asking me, what do you wear? I'm like, yeah, I'm wearing this one right now. It has like these notes. It looks like this, like the olfactory profile looks like this, and so on. So um, that's a problem for me. And then if we go back to Can, which is the other apps that I've built, the I need learning. Um, I need to learn Japanese and Japanese vocabulary specifically. So I built this app to help me learn vocabulary that I'm interested in, rather than the vocabulary that is in Duolingo. Even though I'm still on Duolingo, that is currently crying at me for being late. But yeah, like this is based on personal problems, based on personal needs. I built them because it makes sense. I have this one as well, which is just recommendation from myself to myself. The places that I went to and I liked or not like, or had fun at, and added some recommendations, some informations, some user reviews, and so on. You know, it's it works. Um, so if you have an ID and it's something that is based on your current issues, do that. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. But yeah, other than that, goddamn. Other than that, I don't. To answer your question, Tickle, not really. Most of the time, the thing that is explained is just that far away from making any sense. So going back to where we were earlier, and I was like, that's um, like that makes no sense. This is the type of shit that I had to say. And this is the type of shit that I have to say often with some basic LLMs, because it's like you're using words that are making a lot of sense for devs. I am sure of it. And there is something that makes sense, but I'm like this far from understanding. And it's just, even with the like explanation and rephrasing that they have made that is supposedly all for designers, I still don't fucking get it. So I still need to go through that again to make sure that I have something that makes sense to me and that helps me understand what I'm trying to achieve and so on, rather than pushing through. The thing that I have, though, is sometimes, and it's very rare, I would ask for explanation, but not here. I would go back to Claude directly and just ask for explanations and things in there because the, well, financially related. Basically, in here, it cost me $20 a month, and that's it. Um, and in here, I'm limited to 500 requests per month, kind of. So, you know, um, I I think the that's wrong. No, I get it. I understand. Um, the thing is, if I ask for explain if I'm five or explain as if I don't know what I'm doing, which is the case, but so on, I do have a smidge of knowledge that is enough to understand most dev relationship and dev communication, but I don't have enough understanding to do the dev myself. That's the issue. So when some explanation happens, most of the time I get it, and I've been dumb for the past 2 days. Like, let's be honest, that's what happens. I have been a dumbass for the past 2 days, and my brain just doesn't want to cooperate. And so here, even though everything makes sense, if I'm really paying attention, I might be able to understand it, but also probably not, because right now something in my personal understanding of my code base and what I'm trying to achieve or what I should be doing hasn't clicked just yet. There is something that is missing, and it's just this close to work, and I can't figure out what is not clicking in my head. So that's the thing. If you are also asking in the sense of, do you think AI can teach me how to? No, that's the thing. Um, it's like you AI will not be good at explaining and teaching you exactly what you want to learn. And if you are looking to learn, which is not my case, if you are looking to learn, AI is not great because it will make mistakes that will become things that you trust as facts when it's not the case. It will give you enthusiastic push to say you're absolutely right, this is much better, or whatever. With when in reality it's potentially not, and it's potentially just something that you had in mind, and it's like, yeah, well, that's another option, but it's not exactly the truth. Like a teacher would say that. Teacher would tell you that's a potential options. You could do this way, but in order to be like more efficient, based on the rest of the code base, you should do that instead. That is not something that the AI would say. Every time that I have had something of the sort of my brain is telling me that this is a better option, but I'm not sure. Every time the answer is you're absolutely right, this would be a better option. And most of the time, that's not the case. So it's a bit of an annoyance situation where you need to be knowledgeable enough in order to figure out when the AI is doing things that are wrong and when the AI is doing things that are right. And that's where like a junior designer, junior dev that has no understanding of how projects should run or work will have issues because it would trust, and you would trust the AI blindly because it's the figure, the authoritative or authoritative figure, god damn, and therefore you are trusting them. So that's the thing that I wouldn't recommend. Um, but if you just want to build something quickly as a proof of concept, yeah, that's fine. That's okay. Just don't build full apps with it. That's bad. It's not my fifth app already. That's not the case. So yeah, no, I usually bounce back and forth in between Claude directly, ChatGPT directly, and then Claude through Cursor and Claude or ChatGPT through Cursor. Just give them some feedbacks and stuff. The thing that I like about what Claude is doing right now, and specifically, it's been a while since they have done that, but like you have the ability to do this. You have the ability to just say add content from GitHub. And so from there, I have the ability to just say, I can take these files, for example, in there, and then add that as the context window inside of said um, project or chat or thing, and then figure out or have like way more information in the chat itself to just get better outputs. So I would say that's the best thing to do in these situations. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. That's about it. Yeah, we can now move on. We had more things that was more mostly for techie. Again, I feel like this is something that could be interesting for again the micro interaction. This is the same designer that we had last time. So just smidge of transitions when things are validated. Maybe when you're posting something in a circle. But you know, I mean, micro interaction is going to be for later, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Some people have been um, complaining about Apple macOS Tahoe corner rages, and I don't mind it. I get it. I understand some people are not really happy with it, but you know, I don't I don't mind it. Personally. To be checked. And we have this thing. Gavin is creating some sort of a very interesting split screen concept on iOS, which is not something that exists. We don't have split screen. I wish we had. And this is a pretty good concept. It's really well made for that specific things, but it will never happen. So, you know, um, it's a nice idea. I feel the presentation and the fact that both backgrounds are the same color is probably what makes it kind of wild because they look the same. Like they look as if it was part of the same app, and that's kind of bad. So yeah, small details. Small details. This was for Jan specifically. These are yes, these are very interesting icon type and illustration type that match the Tokyo Eye illustration we've been talking about for years now. But they have a very interesting grid pattern in the background, a very interesting noise pattern, and also the fact that they are minimalistic with um, dotted lines instead of four lines for some things is a pretty cool concept. So keeping that as a thing we've seen, and then um, other than that, I this is kind of similar to the coffee app, but this is a bit of a pattern-ish again from newer app that are using sepia colors to display a bit of a personality trait. So there is a lot of people that are using some tinted elements a lot. Stony is doing the same thing for most of the design in their project, and that yellowish thing is something that's like is uh, becoming really common, or has been really common for the past few months, I guess. Kind of year, I would say. Almost year. But yeah. And then we talked about this illustration on Wednesday. They have like a lot of things. The fact that this is like generative through Cinema 4D or Blender, I forgot exactly which one it is pretty cool. And the output is really nice. So, we like it. We like it. And then I think this is the last one. This is crazy. This never happens. That's not true. It used to happen a long time ago, but they are saying that this is the how it started and how it's going now, which is really impressive. I don't think that uh, is the wrong move. I feel like it works. It's just a lot of paper for no reason. And, you know, if you cannot use that, that's an option as well. But it's a nice concept. It is a nice concept. And yeah, like we've done everything today, which is pretty good. Which is pretty good. However, the headache is kind of starting to get way stronger than expected, which is not good. I'm sorry about that, but like I have one that is piercing from here and one that is piercing from here. So that's bad. So I'm gonna need to send you to someone. And I see that Maya's live. I know that Clark is live as well. I would say that he's live as well. It's been a while. LTT is live. LTT is live. We have the one show right now. God damn it. I see. I see. I'm gonna send you to Clark because it's Friday. Clark is live on Fridays and only Fridays, so it makes sense. You want to rate LCT? No, that's not a thing. They don't watch.
すみません、お兄ちゃん。これはシーですか？シー。
Are they even allowing yeah, I mean we can try raiding LTT, but I don't even know if they allow raid. Like apparently they do. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sending you there then. And then I'll watch the rest of the one show in the morning when I'm waking up. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. As always, I appreciate it. If you want to watch the VOD for some reason, if I gave you some advice and think that you want to watch again, that's going to be on YouTube. And if you have a question and I'm not live, you can join the Discord to ask the question in the Design and Help community section, channel things. You know what I mean. And yeah, have a good rest of your day. Cool. Thanks a lot for sharing your project. I appreciate it. And yeah, that's the thing. If you want to learn Japanese, as always, Can is really good. And if you want to give me some money, you can sub, or you can buy a UI kit. Buying the UI kit is really good. We like it. We do like it. But yeah, as always, take care of yourself. Enjoy the one show. For some reason, I think I'm gonna change the time and going back to 5:20, but we'll see when that happens. As always, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll see you all on Monday, technically, if that works. But yeah, bye.